Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is this volume on? Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 18th. It's 9 a.m. We are in the City Hall Community Wing. If you could please stand with me. I just text Ms. Stevens for an update on Ray. She has not returned my text, but I would hope that everyone sends up a prayer for Ray. With that being said, let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. If you haven't already done so, please silence your devices. Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We will move on to item D, proclamations, and we only have one proclamation today, and it's the proclamation declaring March 21st, 2025 as World Down Syndrome Awareness Day. So if you're representing that organization, could you please come forward? Miss Virginia, you got them?
Yep, this is Paula Wilburn from, everyone come on up,
Thank you, ma'am.
from our local Palm Coast Syndrome.
Yeah. If we could get everyone to come up and face the audience, and we'll have the city manager read through the proclamation. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Morning. Good morning. Good night.
Good morning, y'all.
Proclamation. Whereas March 21st is recognized globally as World Down Syndrome Day, a day dedicated to raising public awareness, advocating for rights, and celebrating the abilities and accomplishments of individuals with Down syndrome. And whereas the date March 21st symbolizes the trisomy of the 21st chromosome, the genetic characteristic of Down syndrome, highlighting the uniqueness of individuals with this condition. And whereas people with Down syndromes contribute meaningful to their families, schools, workplaces, and communities, enriching the lives of those around them through their talents, determination, and kindness. And whereas the City of Palm Coast is committed to fostering an inclusive and supportive environment where individuals with Down syndrome have access to opportunities that allow them to thrive, participate fully, and achieve their goals. And whereas community organizations, advocates, and families work tirelessly to promote awareness, acceptance, and equal opportunities for individuals with Down syndrome, ensuring they are valued as integral members of society. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that March 21st, 2025 be officially designated as World Down Syndrome Awareness Day, and encourage all residents to celebrate, support, and promote the inclusion and empowerment of individuals with Down syndrome. Signed this 18th day of March 2025, Kaylee Cook, City Clerk, and City of Palm Coast Mayor Michael Norris.
Hey, if we can get everyone to close in for a picture, and I'll present the proclamation.
Can we have you guys squeeze in a little bit?
Who's receiving the proclamation? Here you go. Present it. Close in. You guys got everyone?
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good? All right, thank you, ma'am. If you'd like to say a few words, ma'am, please do. Oh, thank you.
Jennifer, come on, sweetheart. Oh, you're going to stay there?
Thank you, sir.
Never mind. Or not.
Sir?
Did you give to all of them? You gave to all of them? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council, Ms. Johnston, for having us this morning. Thank you, sweetheart. You can stay right here with me, okay? We are here representing the Fun Coast Down Syndrome Association, and I want to tell you just a little bit about what World Down Syndrome Day is about. But I'm not going to, there are a lot of details I could go over to tell you more things and facts about Down syndrome, but I'm not going to bore you with all of that. We're here to declare, excuse me, World Down Syndrome Day is celebrated annually on March 21st. This globally recognized day aims to raise awareness, promote inclusion, and support the rights and well-being of individuals with Down syndrome. The date 21-3 signifies triplication of the 21st chromosome, which is characteristic of Down syndrome. World Down Syndrome Day was first observed in 2006, following a campaign led by Down Syndrome International and its member organizations. The United Nations recognized it officially in 2011, emphasizing the importance of addressing the health and socioeconomic challenges faced by individuals with Down syndrome. Down syndrome, also known as trisomy 21, is a genetic condition caused by the presence of an extra chromosome of the 21st chromosome that leads to a range of physical and intellectual characteristics. We here with the Fun Coast Down Syndrome Association, we support and give resources to individuals with Down syndrome and their families in Flagler, East Volusia, Putnam, and St. Johns counties. We actually came into existence when my son right here was 3 years old, and he is now almost 26. So we've been around for a while, but still are a small group because we are volunteer driven. I am the founder and executive director of the association, and I work full-time as an orthopedic nurse with Advent Health. But I'm honored to be able to take the time out from what actually pays my bills to come and be with the people who keep me going. The people that you see here today are just a very small representation of the people that we're serving here in our community. Did Jason leave? Is he still here? He's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. One of our members, it is his 30th birthday today. That's Jason Rodriguez, and I guess he left early. Jason works at the Outback, and he puts in a lot of hard hours. He's just one of our guys who are working part-time jobs, and his sometimes is more like a full-time job. We have another individual, Mikey Bolello, who works at Carrabba's. Both of those guys are bussers and do whatever they can and hand out hugs whenever they're allowed to. My son here is Keaton. He is the force behind us. He's the reason we started, and he works at Mezzalunas at European Village. And I'm saying that to help the community realize that people with Down syndrome have desires and ambitions and hopes and dreams just like everyone else does. And working gives them self-confidence and a feeling of belonging to the community. Keaton here, I'll emphasize him again because he's mine, and you need a story in front of you. Keaton was born in 1999. We did not know he was going to have Down syndrome when he was born. In fact, he was not diagnosed until he was 7 months old. because denial is a very strong thing. But this young man not only helped us get this started, but he was included in general education in grade school, junior high, and high school. Not full-time, but he was out there in the general population teaching about how much he's the same rather than different. He attended Matanzas High School, and as a freshman, he was homecoming prince and made the news. He was in junior ROTC at Matanzas. He played in the steel drum band. He was his senior prom's king. And like I said, he works at Mezzalunas. Keaton, do you want to just tell them maybe 2 things that you want to have happen in your life? What are the 2 things that you're really wanting to have happen in your life? Step up here. Is it real clear?
I had a tour thing, I like a job to do, and I had a dishwasher and budget tables, other people.
And he's been laid off since September, but he's going back to work hopefully very soon. What else do you want?
Did anything? I want dishwasher.
What do you want to have happen in your life? What is it you want?
I did a good scholarship, and I wanted to
It's okay. It's okay.
thank you for the support. Thank you, and I love this woman right here.
Aw, now he's gonna get mushy. I just wanted him to speak for a minute just to show you, he has dreams. He wants to go to college. We're kind of, sort of, working on that. And his biggest goal is he wants a girlfriend.
Uh-oh.
I hear it every day. I hear it every day. To a point where I am having to possibly put some safety features on his phone because he's been Googling how to get a girlfriend. So last night we discussed that, didn't we, bud? No more Googling girlfriends, right? Trying to teach him that that's not really safe. But I want to thank all of you because I know all of you are here just for the recognition of World Down Syndrome Day. I know that's what it's all about. There's nothing else going on, right? So we just want to thank you. Our Camp I Can Enrichment Center is located in the east lower wing of Palm Coast Praise Assembly of God in Bunnell. We have lots of social events every Friday night, with the exception of First Friday. If any of you would ever like to come out, we're there from 6 to 8. Come see what it is we actually do. Building social skills, life skills, and just having a community of friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Bring it back to the dais. Oh, I'm sorry, Virginia.
Sorry,
Go right
Mayor.
ahead.
Mayor, City Council, I'd just like to point out the support that we have been coming together as a group. The Flagler Schools are here, Vincent's Clubhouse is here, as well as Cedar Bridge Foundation. So they're all here to support Paula, and I'm grateful all these people are here to support Paula as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll bring it back to the dais if anyone have any comment regarding the proclamation?
Just really quickly, thank you all so much for coming and for sharing. Thank you, Paula, for sharing your beautiful son with us. I always get a hug from Jason when I'm at Outback, so I appreciate him. And thank you to everybody in our community that contributes to helping these individuals in any way that we can. I'm encouraged, I'm humbled by them, and I'm just very grateful that you all were here today, and I thank council and staff for recognizing such a wonderful cause.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to public participation. Please, if you haven't already, if you're just coming in, make sure you silence your cell phone. Silence your cell phone, and remember, not any derogatory or incendiary comments. And you have 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record into the microphone, and go right ahead, Ms. Celia. Please hold it down so the speakers can be heard, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you very much to the council also to let me speak. My name is Celia Puglisi. I live in Palm Coast since 1991, and I've seen a lot of water running under our bridges. I am here in open support of our mayor. Our mayor First Amendment, our mayor military jokes. Our mayor military jokes, like is typical in the battlefield before they go to battle, like my son was in the Navy, they joke about what is coming to be able to have the valor to battle, okay? And I am in favor of our mayor that is the first mayor after the second mayor after the first one we had, which is really for the residents. We need our mayor in place. And the one thing that is gonna take place in 2 days at 9 a.m., I don't really understand. To me, it's like the gallows that was brought about by our appointed city councilman, that I don't understand why, in a court of law, if you have accusers, they are supposed to be present in front of the judge. How come Mr. Gambaro will be on virtual? Why is he afraid of? We are not harming anybody. We are not here to hurt anybody. We are here to defend our mayor, and we need justice. If Mr. Trump in Washington, D.C. has the right of his First Amendment to say anything he wants, so it is our mayor to say what is his First Amendment protection. And I am here, and I had to leave my husband on hospice care to be able to come here and bring this support for our mayor, because he is for us. The administrators behind us, for years, they have not been for us. Look what they did. They brought about against a cell tower 150 feet, 200 from our homes, which was already deemed no. They keep on bringing. Now they bring the naming of our community hall here that should be called Palm Coasters, because we pay for it. We force pay for it, because on a referendum, we said no yet to the city halls. We needed our utility to be taken care of, our roads to be taken care of. No, they took money from our general fund to build this city hall, and we're going to have his name here? No, we oppose that, and we are all for our mayor. Please, council, do the right thing for us. If President Trump has the rights of First Amendment, so that's our mayor, and he's fighting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow, how do you follow that?
Yes, sir. Hold
My
it
name
down.
is-
Hold it down, please. Let's maintain decorum in the room. Yes, sir.
My name is Andy Dodzik. I've been in Palm Coast resident for about 12 years. I'm a retired consulting engineer with over 40 years' experience in working with municipalities regarding their municipal utility needs, such as planning and design of wastewater treatment plants, water and sanitary sewer systems, so I absolutely understand your circumstances. I have two issues. The first is current and future growth. The agreed order is now in place, and I would strongly encourage Palm Coast to issue a moratorium on future residential development approvals to last at least until the agreed order is lifted. Light industrial and commercial development would be exempt, in my opinion, as their impact on water and sewer utilities are much less. My reasoning is this. There are reportedly some 19,000 lots or parcels that are available or approved for connection. If this number is remotely correct, that's the equivalent to a 45,000 people increase in our population, which would generate, which again is about half of what our 2020 census is. 2020 census was something like 89,000. 45,000 would be if these 19,000 units were developed now. They would also generate about 3.5 million gallons a day of wastewater treatment to the wastewater treatment plants that have yet to be expanded. The city currently issues about 1,500 to 2,000 permits a year, so there remains plenty of work for the area home builders. My second issue is impact fees. In my opinion, impact fees are charged or implemented too late. They are charged when one seeks a building permit. They should be charged up front before the development begins. I would encourage you to consider switching to a development impact fee, which would be charged at the time a development is approved. A development impact fee is usually 2 to 5% of the total development cost. And it would be passed through by the developers through their lot sales. But the city would get the fees up front, not as they're being built. Right now, the city waits years to collect the impact fees on all approved developments. Having a future residential development moratorium would give you time to implement what would be necessary to make the development impact fee switch. And I understand you guys are between a rock and a hard place, but I believe a future residential development moratorium and a switch to a DIF are critical for the city moving forward, and in my opinion would demonstrate to your constituents that you care.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Cameron Orr, Animal Refuge, Flagler. I recognize that at the current time, this council and this county have many, many competing budgetary issues. We've got water treatment issues, street repair, repaving, potential beach renourishment project, and potential building moratoriums. But I want to remind you that we still need to address and find a solution for the overcrowding that's still in place at our one and only shelter in this county. Despite widespread messaging on emails and social media back in January, where our shelter said they were going to come and share their plans to improve and expand, no such plans have been presented or been apparent. A month ago, we presented to you data from 7 other counties with municipal shelters that are similar in size to our county. 3 of those counties are building new shelters this year. One of them built one 4 years ago. The most cost-effective approach that's being taken right now is in Putnam County. And if you have the chance, I would encourage you to take the short drive up to their county law enforcement complex and see what they're putting in place. If I understand correctly, we are going to have a joint city council county commission meeting again in April to address the animal welfare issues. I have no connection with, I sent you some data on an organization called Horizon Structures. It's just one of many, if you go out and Google, that are prefab animal sheltering capabilities. Some of them are used in the state of Florida, and there's some in Georgia. I've sent you data on a sample 24 by 60 structure that houses 16 kennels. With every option you can imagine, that structure costs about $200,000. You'd still have to erect a slab, provide utilities, probably septic for the waste, et cetera. But a couple of those shelters on some property would certainly be adequate as a start. I've included some pictures and some pricing data sheets just for your information. Again, I'm not sure if the council or the staff is collecting data prior to that April workshop, but I just want to remind you that Animal Refuge Flagler stands ready to assist you with any data collection you need. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Orr.
Paul Pontono, Palm Coast.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to express my extreme disappointment and disgust with the city council. If there were an election tomorrow for mayor, I would vote for that man right there again. I'd like to know, Mr. Gambaro, who brought these accusations to you? Are you allowed to answer?
Just comments, Paul.
Okay. I'd like to know, because you said it's your responsibility to bring it forward to the people. And you, Ms. Pontieri, said we're all adults up here, meaning the city council, and, you know, we need to talk about these things here. I think it was an abomination that you guys couldn't handle it behind closed doors. Why couldn't you have called a meeting with all of you together, and if you had an issue with Mayor Norris, you air it out there instead of going to the newspapers where you're going to smear this man? And again, I wasn't in that room. I don't know what he said or what was said in that room. I don't know if it was right or wrong. But to do it this way is completely wrong. And if I were Mayor Norris, I would not ever trust any of you, ever again. Because you're talking about a toxic work environment. You created the toxic work environment, okay? Maybe he's new in his job. Again, I don't know what was said, but maybe he did say something that was inappropriate. Maybe he didn't know that, okay? I just believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. And Ms. Pontieri, I just have a little bit of an issue with you. I don't have much faith in you, and I'll tell you why. Because you seem to change your mind here and fro, which you have your right to, and everybody does with certain decisions like the moratorium. But I voted for you because one of the things that made me vote for you was you talked about your faith in God. And then last year we had the whole meeting about opening with an invocation, opening these meetings with an invocation, and you voted for a moment of silence. That's not standing in the gap for God. I'm sorry, because you probably felt, well, this is the safest thing to do. Moment of silence is nice, but that's not a blessing over the meeting and a prayer so that you folks can make the right decisions and the right choices, whether it's here or whether it's in another room where you could have talked this out with Mayor Norris. So I'm just disgusted. And anybody who's up here now, I won't vote for you again. And you were appointed, weren't you, Mr. Gambaro? You were appointed. And you dissented that he was appointed. So, or the nomination, you dissented against it. So, you guys all need to look in your own eyes, the beam in your own eyes before you look at the speck in somebody else's eye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Kunis.
Gary Kunis, C-section. First, we'll talk about the sewer system. Mr. Dennis McDonald uncovered 15 years ago there are 1,600 manhole covers that are not waterproofed. So every time there's a rainstorm, the water runs into the sewage system and backs up, and what do we get? Don't use your washers, don't take a shower, don't use the dishwashers, etc. These things need to be fixed before we look at how much more we need in sewer systems. If we don't have enough sewer systems and waters, the buildings should be stopped because you can't supply them. Period. Talk about ethics next. Children in school found out if they complain about a teacher that failed them and say, oh, the teacher did something, he touched us, whatever, it goes through, that teacher's done. And that's what I see what's going on here in the city. It started before Mike even ran for mayor by Danko. He didn't want him in there, no how, no way. And I have texts from him stating that. They decided to pick on the general to keep you in line. That was their ulterior motive for that. And I have that in writing from Danko. So you have somebody's picked there as a plant. The people in the individual district should pick the people to replace people that drop out. And if you want help with that, I'd be more than happy to put together a package and mail those things out to those people so they have a chance to vote on the people they want, not something that's appointed. Right after the amendments, the amendment was another issue. That was railroaded through by two lawyers that didn't give us all the information that was necessary for us to make the proper decision on it. Fortunately, it was beat. So Alvin didn't get his 90 million, okay? After the comprehensive plan was dropped out and voted down by you, within an hour, the general here is calling Alvin to say, oh, it was dropped. What do I do? Which means he's a definite plant and shouldn't be there. Should be tossed immediately for ethics violation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Carr.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. I would like to speak up for the warrant officers of the United States Army. They are outstanding people. They are very technical people. Many of them have started their own small businesses and have been very successful at it. Many of them have left and gone into large corporations and been able to take over large departments and work them pretty well. 1987, the United States Army commissioned all warrant officers. They're not just warrant officers, they're commissioned warrant officers, which means that they can do multiple things. They're great leaders. So to exclude somebody because they were a warrant officer is, I think, it's pretty bad off for the and everything. Also on the moratorium, there are multiple cities in the area that are considered moratoriums. And I would like to just read something from, there's one that's called Florida City. Of course, they're a smaller city, but they still had a problem with the growth and their development. And it said the Florida City leaders and residents are concerned about the effects of more people in the city. They want to give staff more time to develop plans to accommodate the more people. I see the mayor wants to do that too. What's wrong with having a plan to accommodate? I mean, you can keep growing and you can keep growing and to the point that, are you trying to put 5 families in a 2-bedroom home? You know, it wouldn't work. So there are cities that are doing this. St. Johns County's either got a moratorium or they're looking at doing a moratorium. And there are just other cities that are doing moratoriums to protect the residents that they have now. To protect the residents that they have now so that the growth don't deteriorate the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. Everybody's quiet. They all know I like to use my language. I'm sorry for my language before. As this is very personal, this is a personal thing because it is my home. And yes, I involve language in my everyday life, but I shouldn't take it out on you. And I did ask for accountability, and you finally asked for accountability. This morning coming in, I seen the parade of builders who, it made me upset ultimately at the beginning because some of those builders are responsible for that home next to me. And why am I getting mad at the builder when ultimately it was approved by the people in the back? And you asked for that accountability. So I want to say thank you. I do thank you for that. Finally, someone is standing up for the residents. Because I've been coming here for almost 2 years asking for that very same thing. Very simple question. How is this getting approved? Like the man said earlier, there's 19,000 homes already approved. We're at 43,000 and we can barely sustain. It doesn't make sense. I mean, he made a lot of sense. You made a lot of sense because you're trying to build a plan to protect the residents, what we already have. He didn't make sense because he wasn't even here, and he just put that accusation out live on it for all this to happen. So I'm gonna reserve a lot of my feelings and try to do the respectful thing, because I do pay attention to everything that goes on in this city. I love my home, I love my city, and all these residents that do know me and the builders that know me personally. I'm a very nice guy, and I would give you the shirt off my back if I had to. And right now, Mayor, I would give you my shirt off my back to give you a hand to clean this city up. I appreciate what you are doing.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Perkins.
Good morning. First, I'd like to know who authorized in this city the propaganda tour on the radio, bringing Mr. Cote and Mr. DiLorenzo to try to, gaslight us into thinking that the reason why the water rates need to go up is because of construction increases. We know it's not that. It's because of, and it's really sad that the developers are demonized, because it's not their fault either. It's the fault of our city who mismanaged our money. The money that we paid for all the water rates all these years and all these fees, the stormwater maintenance fee, which I've lived here over 15 years and I've seen roads that never had any swale maintenance at all. What happened? And you guys kept approving variances and whatnot, and it's not any of you guys, but the past city councils, and it started within the city, various departments approving it. This needs to be cleaned up. But who did this propaganda tour to try to tell us it's because of construction increase? It's because of mismanagement of money and planning. And you guys know that. And you better get to the bottom of it, because we're fed up. If we have to live within our means, you guys need to live in your means. We expect you guys to budget and cut, make some cuts. Show us what you're doing. Lastly, I find it quite ironic, very ironic, the 3 people that sat on this city council that were all up for re-election installed someone on this council that we all voted them out. We all voted them out. We did not want them again. We didn't want Alfin. We didn't want Danko. We did not want Cluthus. Yet they chose to take our right to choose a city council member and installed someone. And that someone had the audacity to go after the person that the city did choose, which was our mayor. How ironic is that? We know who's behind all of this. We all know. But finally we get a mayor that is for the people, and now they want to try and take him out. Sounds familiar, huh? We made a mandate November 5th. And like J.D. Vance said at the National League of Cities, good government begins in the community, begins in the city. You guys better get to stepping, or you will get primaried.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is George Hans, 35-year resident, served as
Hold it down, please.
Palm Coast City representative at the county level for 24 years and 2 years on the Palm Coast Service District. I know the history of what's happened. When I retired approximately 9 years ago, the population has exploded to some 30,000 more people approximately. And what I'm here to say is, when the city first started, the city founding fathers had it set up where there would be road repaving of every residential street within 5 years. That funding has went elsewhere. I don't know where. Now I'll touch a moment on the moratorium. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. The main thing is, in Flagler County, we assured the residents that we would make growth pay for itself. Any development that came in, they had to pay for the additional water supply, additional improvements, sheriff's department, parks and recreation, as far as impact fees, and everything was paid by the developer. Now it seems like the developments are approved, and the developers are having a field day with the city, in my opinion, because they're not paying for the growth. And in turn, the city council is being recommended that they just keep raising the price of water, and they keep raising the price of upkeep and maintenance, and the city should just be paying for maintenance that the developer had paid for up front. One classic example is Hammock Beach Hotel, condominiums, and golf course. The county worked with them for many, many, many months, and the city, or correction, the county actually received $2.5 million from the developer for park improvements. The developer paid for the property and built a fire station with a hook and ladder truck and repaved 16th Road all at the cost of the developer. And, you know, it's just that we have to have development has to pay for itself. And, you know, with having 3 minutes to talk, I'd like to debate anyone on the history of Flagler County, and my heart and soul went into the time I served, and I'm only here today because I just felt the need to express the fact that the residents shouldn't be footing the bill for additional utilities. ITT sold that utility, and 5 years later, the people they sold it to, Florida Water and others, a consortium, they, in my opinion, paid over $40 million more for that utility than ITT sold it for 5 years previous. And that's a fact. So anyway, my time is up, but I thank you for my 3 minutes. I'll just mention to you people on this console that next time you have a disagreement with your spouse, you tell them they have 3 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Hold up just a second. Bruce, Jeannie, you're going to have to be the last public comment because we're only allowed 30 minutes, okay? For the initial public comment.
Good morning, Council.
Yes,
I want to
sir.
talk about a couple of things, and I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. Any interest of concerning of raising the water rates, people can't afford it. 30% senior citizens in these people who are retired from business, well over 65. You know what those people get as Social Security? If they're lucky, maybe $1,600, if they're lucky. So if you have to raise the water rates, and I don't refer to this because I worked 55 years and I'm 76. I worked for Goldman Sachs for a year, British Petroleum for 21 years, New York Tel for 10 years, and 21 years on Wall Street with my own companies. Wall Street, we didn't have the problems this city has. It's amazing. We had a lot of corruption, a lot of bad people. A lot of people went to jail, but wow, it's just amazing. And this man up here, let me tell you something about Mr. Norris. I was renting a house on Cimarron Drive, paying tons of money. The landlord let the water go where we had no water. And 2 weeks later, the other way around. I didn't have air conditioning for 2 weeks, and we didn't have any hot water for 2 months. We finally left. This man showed up with window air conditioners for us. And by far, living in the city 14 years, best man I've seen on this running for mayor. We've had people in this city council wanted by the FBI, wanted by other agencies. We know what Afrin did to this town, his whole crew. You're victimizing the wrong person. And he has every right to call department heads in, and if they're not doing their job, or he needs to talk to them, or give him any verbal warning, he has every right. It doesn't have to be discussed, and I understood he had the city attorney there. And I'm not going to mention the person. There's a person sitting in this council that's giving back Afrin information. That is disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte, C-Section.
Ma'am.
The moratorium supports bigger and better projects for those workers who arrived here today, such as industrial and infrastructure jobs, which will also provide opportunities and better paying jobs for those who live here to stay here. Creating stages for mass development is critical. Industrial and infrastructure must take priority and be complete before commercial and multifamily stick-home dwellings. And to tell someone to resign is not the same as terminating the last city manager without cause, as we saw the last mayor and council do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeannie.
Good morning. My name is Rich
This is going
Drogas.
to be
I'm
the
the-
last one. This will be the last public comment. 1 minute. All right. Yes, sir. Go right
My
ahead.
name is Rich Drogas. I'm in the F section, actually 21 Flaxton Lane. I've been dealing with a lot of problems with the swells. First of all, Mr. Norris, I want to let you know how important that memorandum about building additional is so critical. We can't even get our roads paved existing as they are now. But anyway, I've only been a resident about 19 months now. I built a new home down here thinking this is going to be the place because it's all about taxes and everything else you retire to. Well, little did I know that when I got my first tax bill, property tax bill, it was way higher than Maryland. That's why I left Maryland, because of the taxes. Okay, but okay, it's $4,700 plus for a 1,800 square foot home. Okay, whatever. The swell's outside. We see this mess. I dealt with Mr. Robert Grossman initially, that just retired. And he said that this problem will be taken care of. They're going to come through and clean the swells out, which they did. And then after 3 months, they put sod down. That sod grew, and again, the same problem developed. So now we're going on to the second year, and here we are dealing with the same issue. My understanding is this continues to go on and on and on. And after talking to several people, and I mean a lot of people, I sent all the emails, most of the correspondence here to the council here, along with pictures of these swells. Anyway, that being said, the problem I have is nobody's listening, and there's too much bureaucracy here. I can give you many examples, but let's just start with a few basic ones. Well, after I talked to Mr. Grossman and everything, he couldn't do any more, so I went to the next level. I talked to Robert Dalton, and I forget his name right in front of me, but anyway, Mr. Robert Dalton and one of his colleagues, and they told me, the council actually called me Miss Pontier, that I've been communicating with. I hope I pronounced that right. And that they told me that they're looking at these other swells at other places. So I talked to them after they came back, and they looked at 6 different places. And every one of them were not meeting their standards. They had one excuse why they wouldn't do it. Every one. The sad part about it is, as we continue to go on and on and on, we're doing the same thing. I made several suggestions that I know would work, but simple things like recently, Mr. Coates' assistant came out, Miss, I give her a name, I was hoping that she'd be here today.
Lynn Stevens?
Stevens, Miss Stevens. And she had mentioned, she asked me, after she's got like 30 years experience, and she just started with Palm Coast not long ago. And she told me, well, what do you think about concrete? I says, geez, that was my first suggestion. They told me it was too much money. I said, what do you mean too much money? You got a half cove there, you put a little gravel base, you don't have to do anything, and your water run off, and you'll still have your rainwater. That, again, I don't have that much time, but just give me 1 more minute, please. The fact is that all these things go on and on and on, including they used to cut a hole in there with the grass not going there, and it worked better, and it lasted longer, but they don't go back to it. They want to do the same thing over and over again, which is the definition of insanity. They are not willing to try anything else. We just continue to do with this problem over and over again. And now they want to ask for more tax dollars and more money for these swells, the water and sewage. Are they crazy? I mean, this is nuts.
All right, thank you, sir.
You know that sign out there, Doge? We got so many layers of bureaucracy, not necessarily here, but the layers we have in this city. Example is when you get one guy out that digs a hole, oh, they'll tell the other guy to fix his maintenance. This guy is this.
Sir, your time's expired.
I
please.
understand, but my
Thank
point,
you.
sir, is
Thank you.
you can't nothing done that way.
Please reach out to Ms. Stevens in the back if she's back there.
I'm sorry, but
Pete,
that's
if
what
could
you
hook him up
call
with
job
Ms.
security.
Stevens? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm really happy that you're our mayor, first of all. Maybe you can see that on June 20th, 23, the city of Palm Coast received $54 million in state funding for critical projects. Okay, I mean, it was blasted all over, and I figured, oh, maybe we're going to get decent water and sewage. where I don't have to not take a shower for 2 days or try to call the police department on Sunday night to get somebody out to see what's wrong inside my little septic tank out in front. Just last week, we had company, and I had to tell my company, I'm sorry, you couldn't take a shower, flush the toilets until the water department comes out. And these septic tanks they have out in front of your house, they're actually sinking. Because I've been here in Palmco since, I believe, in the 90s, one red light. But anyway, in front of my house now, it's my third house here in Palmco's, my septic tank is sinking. Instead of coming out and fixing the septic tank, they just put a sleeve over the neck of it so the water and dirt don't fill it up, because that's what's happened to it. And so my question is, when these things start to sink so much and they start breaking pipes, who's responsible? Am I going to have to pay for the city's, broken pipes to my house on that? And another thing, I hear on Facebook and everywhere else, we're following ITTs, this charter. Well, you know what? ITT does not own Palm Coast anymore. The citizens of Palm Coast own Palm Coast. I think it's about time we change the charter. We need to change the charter to make it updated to where it fits the city residents who pay for the city. We pay your salaries, we pay for everything here. So we should have a say on who's sitting on city council. No one should be selected, everyone should be elected. Because I've been here, like I said, a long time. You start looking into all these employees of the city of Palm Coast, they're all somebody's cousin, relative of somehow, okay? We go back far. Everybody hired somebody. They'll put out a little list, they're hiring somebody, and next thing you know, the job is filled. With who? Oh, well, Susie Jane's cousin from up north who just came down here, and she needs a job. All right, and the corruption is very, very deep here in Palm Coast and for a long time. And Mayor, I am so sorry you have to get the brunt of this, but you are doing what you were hired for, and this is evil against you. And I believe it starts with ITT, and they have their plants in this city very tight. Look at all the kickbacks. Melissa Holland gets it from Palm Coast Connect. Still, every time you renew a contract or a new employee, join Palm Coast Connect. Why? Melissa Holland still gets a part of that commission every time someone joins. Every year, we need a new communication, get away from one person, Melissa Hollins, who has connections with her uncle that's in ITT. It's all a big rat nest, and we need to clean it up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Sir, that's it for public comments. You can comment on items on the agenda, but we have to move on to city business.
There's only two left.
Say again?
And technically, the last two people went
Consensus
over.
to let the last two
I'll be about
speak?
a minute and a half.
Last two, please go ahead.
How we doing? My name is Jared Halleck. I'm a construction manager here in town for a local builder. Can you hear me?
Hold the mic up. There you go.
All right. My name is Jared Halleck. I'm a construction manager here in town for a local builder. I'm here today because I cannot, in good conscience, stand by while this council considers a building moratorium, a decision that is not only short-sighted, but fundamentally damaging to our local economy, workforce, and families. Let's call this moratorium what it really is, a knee-jerk reaction that creates more problems than it solves. You want to address infrastructure concerns? Great, but halting construction won't fix those problems. It will make them worse. You want to control growth? Stopping new builds won't stop people from moving here. It will just drive up housing prices, making it impossible for working-class families to buy a home. This isn't a solution, it's a roadblock, and a poorly thought-out one at that. A moratorium doesn't just pause development, it chokes the local economy. It takes paychecks away from skilled laborers, electricians, plumbers, roofers, and countless others who rely on steady work to support their families. It shuts down business for local suppliers, realtors, mortgage brokers, and small businesses that thrive when construction is moving. Every one of those paychecks feeds back into this community. You pull the plug on construction, and you'll watch that money dry up overnight. And what's the plan for when that happens? Do we tell these hardworking people to just wait it out? That their families should somehow survive while politicians decide how long their livelihoods are expendable? That's not how an economy works, and it's certainly not how you support the people who keep this town running. Let's be clear, growth isn't the enemy, mismanagement is. If there are infrastructure concerns, then let's invest in solutions, not hit the brakes on progress. Let's talk about smart, strategic development instead of slamming the door on builders and workers who are the backbone of this community. A building moratorium is a lazy, destructive choice that punishes the very people this council was elected to serve. If you truly care about this town's future, you'll reject this reckless proposal and work toward real solutions that encourage responsible growth, not economic collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Chantal Pröninger. I live in Section Z, and today my soul is deeply troubled. During COVID pandemic, people all over the world were forced to mask, get a shot or lost their job, no possibility of question anything, no sanity, right or wrong, all mixed up. And just at the time we started to breathe some relief, Mayor Norris finds himself all over Facebook and the internet under a threat of investigation for simply, possibly suggesting in a conversation somebody should resign. How has his right to speak become a crime? There is no proof. His accusers themselves are saying the whole truth. Had I suggested myself or encouraged the city manager to resign, nobody would have paid attention to my words because they would not have been backed up by the authority to fire that person in the same way. Mayor Norris' words, whatever they were not backed up by any authority to fire that person. Don't you have, council members, anything more important to do with your time? I know what needs to be investigated is the past finances of the city. We need not spend time and money on a witch hunt, but rather do a forensic audit of the books. Please take a good breath and calm down. Let Mayor Norris do his job instead of cutting the grass under his feet. Hold strong on a complete building moratorium. The people clearly asked for it. Mismanagement probably started the issue, but now it's not what we're dealing with. It's a building issue. And the swells, I heard somebody talk about the swells. We have a new house in our neighborhood, and they leveled the ground and they prepared the swells. Well, guess what? The swells are already flooded when it rains, so they can put the grass. It's still going to be flooded. What is going on here? Can somebody inspect those swells before they even put the grass? The repair job would be so much easier because it would be on the developers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll bring it back to the Dodge City Manager. Do you have any follow-up on any of the comments by the citizens? Other than the pending investigation, I would not want my civil liberties violated. So, yes, ma'am. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just to confirm, Mr. Orr from ARF, the joint city-county meeting is scheduled for April 29th in the afternoon at 1 p.m. regarding that topic. And then Ms. Lynn Stevens is in the back. Ms. Chantel, who was our last speaker, if you would like to speak with her regarding any swale issues, she's in the back of the room. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Did you have something, Vice Mayor?
Councilman Miller.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to kind of echo to Mr. Orr that we'll be at that meeting, so I'd encourage you to come to that meeting and speak. I think some of the information that you presented is important for the county to see as well if we're going to work on a partnership in terms of a strategic plan to handle animal services. Additionally, there was a mention of the charter being ITT's charter. The charter was adopted by the residents of this community at the founding of the city. So It is our charter, and there's a methodology to change it, so, you know, we can make amendments to the charter to change it in a way that the citizens feel is appropriate. Additionally, Mr. Davis, let's see, I just want to say thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have anything?
Thank you. Mr. Orr, we did receive some documents from the Flagler Humane Society. I don't know if you were copied on them, so I'll make sure you get them, because there are some items that you were asking for ARF, so I'll make sure you get those documents. With regards to the charter, I think we've discussed kind of informally both, well, I don't know about this council, but I know last council we discussed putting together a committee to look at amending the charter for various different reasons. I think there's a few things on there that could probably be addressed and improved. So if this council is willing, if we can get consensus, I would ask that maybe we do a workshop on what that looks like, what it would take, what the process is, and the different items that maybe we would like to update and amend to be more in line with where we are as a city currently. I would be more than amenable to that. So I think we need to workshop that and then figure out what that process looks like during that workshop.
City Manager, when are we due for the next city charter review? Do you have that off the top of your head?
Yes, it's outlined in your charter, sir. In general provisions, there is a schedule that it has to be done no later than April 1st of 2028, and at a minimum every 10 years. And it does call out a specific process of how the Charter Review Committee is established. So it just has to be done before 2028.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I add to that a little bit, Mr. Mayor? So also part of that, and City Manager can correct me if I'm wrong, is that amendments would have to be part of a regularly scheduled election. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So if you wanted to do a charter review committee, that committee establishment is in your charter, and then it has to be formed by November of this calendar year, and then their work has to be done by April to make it into any changes in the 26 election.
So, yeah, so if we have an interest in getting that done sooner rather than later, we kind of have a timeline of November and April 1st, I believe, to kind of finalize those recommendations from the committee to the council.
Thank you. Councilman Gambaro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Duffy, can you share with the residents the next steps in the investigation, please?
We're not, that's not it. That's not on the agenda.
Let me, Mr. Mayor, so I was going to update that at my attorney comment time, if the council wants me to do that now, or wait till, that's up to this council.
We'll wait. Well, I'm consensus, we'll wait till the end. Anyone else have a problem with that? We got city business to get to.
I would like an answer. Do we have consensus to look at the charter?
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Work that out. We
Great.
can work that out.
Thank you.
Is that all you had, Councilman? Okay. Mine? I thought I was loud enough, Steve. I'm going to read a statement, and then we'll move on to city business, okay? I said, I would like to take this moment to personally apologize to the residents of Palm Coast for the spectacle that they experienced last Tuesday evening, a spectacle that has tainted the hiring process of the next city manager for partisan reasons. I'd also like to personally apologize to Mr. Lee Uresti for the denigration of his military service and professional accomplishments as a GS-13 civil employee while serving as a camp director on the island of Okinawa for the United States Marine Corps by an illegally appointed and unelected REMF. Sir, your greatest obstacle during our city's hiring process was serving as my boss during my tour in Okinawa. And for this, I am truly apologize on behalf of the residents of Palm Coast. Can we get approvals of the minutes? Can I get someone a motion to approve the minutes, or do we have any additions or deletions for the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Call the vote, or I'm in favor. You in favor, Mr. Ty Miller? You good? Okay, we're good. Are we good? All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item G, ordinance of the second read. Before that, please, Vice Mayor. I move to place a growth moratorium on on residential construction in the city of Palm Coast. This would not apply to any commercial business or industrial construction. The infrastructure is currently not in place to support future residential growth at this time, specifically our freshwater production capability and wastewater treatment systems. Again, my motion would be to adopt an ordinance enacting a residential construction and growth moratorium for a date uncertain to be reviewed annually to determine the continued necessity of this ordinance. Can I get a second? See no second, the motion dies. We will move on to item G, ordinance of the second read, 3. Attorney, please read it.
Yes, we have a ordinance of the second read, a 2025 ordinance.
Second. Hold on, Mr. Duffy.
Yes, sir.
If you're leaving the room, please do quietly so we can get on with our business. Is that it? So we can continue with the tail wagging the dog. Mr. Duffy?
Yes, we have an ordinance of the second read, ordinance 2025 utility rate amendment.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, if you present the presenters, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor, City Council, Director of Stormwater and Engineering, Mr. Carl Cody, and our consultant from Raft Tellis, Mr. Murray Hamilton, are here to present the second read of the utility rate and charges for services. As you recall, we discussed this at your last workshop. You gave us additional direction to look into various scenarios to eliminate the second bond. So we're going to review high level the first round of recommendations and then what the plan was done to modify eliminating the second bond, which also eliminated some of those projects as well. So Carl's here to present that information.
Good morning, Carl. Good morning, Murray. I'm sorry you have to be back here, sir, but continue on, please.
Yes, good morning. Before we get started discussing the rates and charges for today, I just wanted to remind everyone that utility impact fees have already been increased per City Council approval last year that took effect May 1st of 2024, and per state statute, these fees cannot be increased again until May 1st of 2028. So we're not here to talk about developer and impact fees today. We're here to talk about charges for services and utility rates. So first, we will begin with the summary of charges for services, which are costs charged to provide specific services and violations such as turn on and off of services, fire flow tests, backflow preventer annual inspections, water taps, meter installations. The intent is to maintain our cost recovery, as this is critical for a sustainable operation. Upon review, the existing fees are no longer aligned with the increased cost of materials and labor, and we will go over the proposed changes on the upcoming slides. When properties are developed, it requires a utility agreement with the city to provide utility service. Part of this agreement includes fees to cover city expenses, including but not limited to administrative and inspection services associated with new utilities. Basically, fees to recoup costs associated with new development. This is in addition to any impact fees, not in place of. A modification is proposed to simplify the process and so that the developer can determine these fees early on in their process. The new system will utilize a cost of $75 for each water and sewer ERU with a minimum charge of $3,500 to cover projects that have minimal ERUs like a bank. These fees were left out of the exhibit on the first reading and they have been added to the ordinance included in the agenda packet today. The utility also has numerous charges and fees. These are not monthly charges, but a charge for a specific purpose. This slide shows a listing of fees associated with water that have proposed changes as well as new proposed fees. The items in red are those that have changed from the first reading. Updates were made to clarify the costs associated with meter installations with and without a tap, rather than to have a separate tap charge. This slide shows a listing of fees associated with wastewater, reclaimed water, and industrial wastewater pretreatment that have proposed changes as well as new proposed fees. The recommendation is to have the updated charges for services become effective April 1st, 2025, that include an annual consumer price index adjustment of up to 3% if the city manager or designee determines that an increase in fees is necessary based on the cost increase to the city for materials, equipment, and services. Fees should be reviewed by city staff annually, as well as every 5+ years as part of the comprehensive rate study. Now we'll discuss utility rates. So utility rates are used to maintain services and to ensure there are revenues to satisfy and support the operation, maintenance, regulatory, and compliance requirements, and to provide upgrades of the utility. These are typically reviewed every 3 to 5 years when impact fees are reviewed. Rates fund infrastructure costs that include items such as construction, maintenance, and repair of treatment facilities, pipelines, pumping stations, and building and site components. It's important to note that some of these elements can have substantial expenses requiring thoughtful, long-term planning. Rates also cover operational day-to-day costs such as labor, energy, chemicals, and equipment maintenance. These costs can fluctuate based on changes in the demand, flow, or loading of the system. Energy and chemicals will vary as the flow or loading of the system changes, inflationary costs, and supply and demand for items. Rates also cover regulatory and compliance costs that entails testing, monitoring, and reporting to ensure treated water or wastewater adheres to environmental and regulatory standards. It's also vital to anticipate future changes in the treatment process, such as PFAS and PFs, seek alternative water supplies, and future shifts in waste streams. Another item is replacement and rehabilitation, referred to as R&R of infrastructure, and upgrades of equipment, typically on longer-term cycles. It's critical to place or rehabilitate our vital assets by evaluating the physical condition and functionality of its remaining service life. The utility must allocate a minimum of 5% of revenue for R&R, however much more is necessary in order to maintain our infrastructure. So why do we need a rate increase? The utility system is a critical element for Palm Coast that requires funding necessary to revitalize our existing infrastructure, provide safe drinking water and wastewater system that will not harm residents or the environment, and to provide infrastructure for economic growth to attract industrial and commercial development that will provide employment opportunities. The utility department has taken all necessary steps to minimize the financial impact to Palm Coast residents.
Okay, hold it down.
Some actions taken include completing a strategic action plan that include items such as optimizing operations, planning for future regulatory needs, and upkeep of existing infrastructure, sought out and continued to obtain state appropriation and grants, reviewed fees and charges that resulted in an increase in impact fees paid by new development, as well as recovering costs that are assessed through the utility charges. This slide shows a summary of the recommended 5-year capital funding by project type and funding source. It includes the current fiscal year 25 approved budget and the proposed fiscal year 26 through 29 proposed projects that were included in the original gap analysis. Water capacity makes up 20% of the total budget, wastewater capacity makes up 40%, and R&R makes up 36% of the total. These projects are proposed to be funded by rates, impact fees, grants, loans, and bonds as shown. So this slide is a summary of the recommended 5-year water capacity projects. The columns in the shaded salmon color are the projected execution amounts that include inflationary adjustments. There's also a total column for the 5-year plan, and then the columns to the right are the various sources that will fund the program, broken down by impact fees, grants, and SRF loan. Fiscal year 26 bond and a 28 bond. You will note that impact fees are covering almost $50 million in project costs, with the balance coming from bonds. The primary projects are to expand water treatment facility number 3 with the correlated well and well field expansion, which includes the addition of brackish water as a new raw water source that is part of the city's current consumptive use permit allocation. This slide is a summary of the recommended 5-year wastewater capacity projects. You will note that impact fees are covering almost $42 million in the project costs, with the balance coming from grants, loans, and bonds. Wastewater plant number 1 expansion and the PEP system make up the majority of the project expenses, both of which will provide capacity for vacant ITT lots. This slide is a summary of the recommended water R&R projects. Maintaining the existing infrastructure is critical and needs to be properly funded. You'll note that rates are covering over $30 million in project costs, with the balance coming from bonds. Some of the major costs with the water system are the water plants and meters, and most critically, the existing wells. The city's wells lose production capacity annually and require redrilling, rehabilitation, or new wells to regain that lost capacity. One of the major projects that requires bonds is to address the oldest water treatment plant to improve operations and water quality. This slide is a summary of the recommended wastewater R&R projects. You will note that rates are covering over $44 million in project costs, with the balance coming from bonds. Some of the major costs with wastewater systems are the wastewater plants and lift and pump stations, as well as PEP tanks. One of the major projects is to address the oldest wastewater treatment plant that has aging infrastructure, as well as converting it to the treatment process to advanced waste treatment so that it can be integrated with the new plant expansion project and comply with upcoming regulations. So, during a workshop on March 11th, City Council requested that an option to eliminate the second bond be presented as part of the second reading of the ordinance for consideration. This request identified modifying the 5-year CIP based on removal of the revenue from the second bond. The modified plan shall include all projects required as part of the consent decree and projects necessary in order to obtain an engineering certification declaration that the utility system capital plan is properly funded to maintain and keep the utility system in a decent operational condition, comply with regulatory requirements, as well as meet the capacity and demands in the utility system. A review of the rates will be revisited when impact fees are able to be reevaluated in fiscal year 27-28, with the ability for implementation beginning on May 1st, 2028. It was understood that additional bond and/or rate increases may be necessary at that time to address the deferred and/or reduced funding of projects, additional projects, any construction cost increases, regulatory requirements, or other needs. This slide shows a summary of the modified 5-year CIP funding by project type and funding source. It includes the current fiscal year 25 approved budget and the proposed 26 to 29 proposed projects that were included in the modified gap analysis study. Water capacity makes up 20% of the total budget, wastewater makes up 55%, and R&R makes up 24% of the total. These projects are proposed to be funded by rates, impact fees, grant, loan, and a single bond as shown. So this slide is a summary of the modified 5-year water capacity projects. You'll note that impact fees are covering more than half of the total cost at almost $57 million, with the balance coming from a bond. The primary projects are to expand the well field and wells and water treatment capacity number 3 expansion of 1.5 million gallons. So this slide outlines the major changes in the modified plan for the water capacity fund. Expenditures were reduced by $29 million. So which projects were delayed or were the reductions in? The construction of 1.5 million brackish water expansion at wastewater treatment plant 3 was removed from the 5-year plan, as well as the brackish wells and raw water mains associated with providing the source water for that expansion. Potential impacts. Approval to modify the city's consumptive use permit to increase freshwater allocation may not be approved due to the delay of utilizing current allocated brackish water. Cost of construction will most likely increase. FDEP requirement for daily peak flow may be exceeded without the expansion in wells, especially during high use and drought conditions. Water pressure may have to be reduced to accommodate demand during peak use, which can impact fire service and level of service demand issues. Future bond may still be necessary if impact fees cannot fully fund the project.
Mr. Cote?
Yes.
Can you walk us through the risks that you're laying out here, potential impacts and concerns? So the approval to modify the city consumptive use permit to increase freshwater allocations may not be approved due to the delay of utilizing current allocated brackish water. Can you expand on that? What does that mean?
So the city currently has a consumptive use permit with the St. Johns River Water Management District, and there's 3 raw water sources. We have if you go back to the previous presentation,
right.
we have 3 sources. Brackish is one we have we're not utilizing yet. That's in our allocation. The other, our most common one, our CSA wells, is at our capacity. Okay. And for us to increase that capacity, we have to modify our consumptive use permit. So to ask for an increase in fresh water when we're not utilizing brackish water yet may not be permitted. They may allow a temporary until we get brackish online, but because it's not in our 5-year plan, we kept the design in the 5-year, so we're moving forward. We're drilling the test wells for brackish wells to do the monitoring before we can actually move that project forward. But there's no certainty that they will allow a permanent or temporary increase in our CSA freshwater raw source allocation.
Okay, and then the FDEP requirement for daily peak flow may be exceeded without the expansion. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, last year in June, we exceeded that one day. They look at your total permitted capacity, and if you exceed 75%, then that exceeds the regulation that DEP sets. So as we go through, it could be droughts, there's different things that cause, that need to be exceeded, additional capacity, use, whatnot. We have reduced pressure to help assist in us not exceeding that capacity as well, but that does have, implications for doing so. We are adding some ground storage tanks. We have one under construction now, and we are planning on adding one at Water Treatment Plant 3. So we're doing things to offset any potential impact of having those exceedances. We don't want to have them, and we're doing what we can, but we can't project and foresee, what kind of drought conditions or other usage demands we may have in the future.
Okay, so there's a potential.
There's a potential they could come back and FDP could say, you need to expand your water plant. And so we may have to move that brackish expansion up.
And from a customer service perspective, there's a potential that, water pressure could go down.
Correct.
Because of it.
Yes.
To where our citizens are used to having a certain amount of service if these projects are taken out.
Correct.
Okay.
Probably not, maybe in the future, not day one.
Okay, thank you.
So this slide is a summary of the 5-year wastewater capacity projects. You will note the impact fees are covering almost $59 million, with the balance coming from grants, loans, and a bond. The plan was only slightly modified, which we will cover on the next slide. Wastewater Treatment Plant 1 expansion and the PEP system still makes up the majority of these expenditures. So this fund was reduced in expenditures by roughly $7.5 million. The one project that was removed was the design and construction reclaim wet weather discharge project. It's directly related to I&I and PEP issues. So potential impacts and concerns, there's a concern with meeting regulatory requirements and received FDEP violations with overflows, plant overflows, and we could go over our effluent disposal parameters. The cost of construction will most likely increase, and the future bond may still be necessary. Impact fees cannot fully fund this project in the future.
Mr. Cote, so removing this project could potentially not allow us to fix the water intrusion issues that we're currently having.
Well, this one here is during wet weather. Our wastewater plant 1, our current treatment technology we have at the existing plant, exceeds the parameters that allows us to freely discharge that reclaimed water that's not being utilized during wet weather. So we have to discharge it. We're limited on how much we can discharge because it's not at the higher AWT level treatment. So this project kind of coincides with our conversion of the existing plant facility. So unless we find other ways that we can we can discharge more reclaimed water, we could have issues with trying to get rid of it during wet weather.
Okay, so during...
And I attributes to that because now the plant's treating more flow.
Okay, so if we get rid of this project, you know, we will continue to send out messages saying, don't flush your toilet, you know, that kind of stuff, correct? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, the plant, with the plant expansion, we'll be able to treat the flow, but we're going to have issues getting rid of the effluent that we have at the plant. Now, we are adding a reclaimed ground storage tank as part of the expansion project, but you know, that only can do so much. You know, if we have an extended period of wet weather, it's going to be more of an issue. So this could be another item where we're, you know, we have some DEP non-compliance issues because we're discharging too much.
Especially when we're getting 22 million gallons a day flowing through a 6.8 million gallon facility, wastewater facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So this slide is a summary of water R&R projects. Maintaining the existing infrastructure is critical and needs to be properly funded. You'll note that rates are covering over $32 million of project costs, with the balance coming from a bond. So the major costs of the water system are the water plants and meters, and most critically, the existing wells. The city's wells lose production capacity annually and require redrilling, rehab, or new wells to regain that lost capacity. There are no major changes with water R&R projects. And the one item I can make note of here is we are addressing water plant 1. The oldest water plant stayed in the R&R rehab. So I know there's the concerns with water quality at that plant, and this will address that aging facility and improve water quality, and as well as assist with adding some capacity there. So this slide is a summary of wastewater R&R projects. You will note that rates are covering over $47 million in project costs, the balance coming from bonds. The major changes include the removal of the rehab and conversion of wastewater treatment plant 1 and reduction in sewer manhole and pipelining, both of which will be covered on the next slide. So we reduced expenditures by $110 million. So the projects that were delayed or reduced was the removal of the conversion and rehab of Plant 1 to AWT and reducing the amount of funding for gravity sewer manhole lining. So some of those potential impacts is wastewater treatment plant 1 will function as a site with 2 wastewater plants in lieu of a single facility. Reduced gravity and sewer manhole lining will result in more I&I, thus more flow into the plants during rain events, and thus more sanitary sewer overflows into the streets. That's more tank issues, PEP tank issues, and potential FDP violations with overflows and plant overflows. Cost of construction will most likely increase. A future bond will still be necessary as R&R funding cannot support a project of this cost. Conversion work will require a partial shutdown of plant operations. Therefore, work needs to occur while there is available capacity at the facility. Waiting could cause overflow during peak flows or daily flows if delayed too long. Limited lining will reduce reduction of I&I having to be treated at wastewater treatment plant 1. Grants will be sought, and any fund balance will be added to R&R at each budget year review. Reduced lining will result in more emergency repairs that impact resident service and can be costly to repair.
Mr. Cote, can you go through wastewater facility 1 will function as a site with 2 wastewater plants? Can you just?
Yeah, they will not be integrated. So existing plant will remain and function as is. A new expanded plant will function as a separate AWT plant and cannot be integrated with the existing plant unless it's converted. So in the future, it could be integrated and converted, you know, when it is converted. But currently, it will function as 2 plants.
And AWT is the advanced water treatment that plant number 2?
Yeah, plant number 2 has.
And where plant 1 does not?
Correct.
Which could potentially put us in additional violations with not having AWT.
Well, it's with the discharge, because it's not the treatment level. The ultimate treatment level isn't as high quality, I guess. So
okay,
it exceeds the thresholds, current thresholds. So this slide shows the proposed rate increases associated with the previously recommended scenario 3 at the top. The slide provides 2 rate options to fund the modified plan that removed the second bond. The first option to fund the modified plan proposes an 8% increase in April 1st of 2025 and October 1st of 2025, with the future annual rate adjustments beginning October 1st, 2026, utilizing the U.S. CPI for water and sewer maintenance services index of 4%, whichever is greater. The second option proposes a 7% increase on April 1st of 2025 and October 1st, 2025, with 5% increases on October 1st, 2026 and 27, with future annual rate adjustments beginning October 1st, 2028, utilizing the US CPI Water and Sewer Maintenance Services Index, or 4%, whichever is greater. This slide also shows two sets of typical utility customers, one that utilizes 2,500 gallons a month and one that utilizes 4,000 gallons a month for each of the options shown. And I can pause here for a moment if you have questions about this slide or questions for Murray and how the numbers were calculated.
Mr. Cote, I do. So on modified plan option A, it shows a CPI starting in FY '27, the Consumer Price Index. Would that require a new study?
No.
It would not require a new study at that point as we look at, or at what point do we start, will we have to do a study to work towards the second bond?
Well, in 27 and 28, we would be revisiting our impact fees, so we would relook at the rates at that time as well. So I guess it wouldn't require a study, but we're going to do one when we update the impact fees because it's a comprehensive study.
If I could add, Carl, if you don't mind. I think what Carl's also pointing out here is that the annual index is meant to be semi-automatic. Okay, it would be approved during the budget process. So a separate rate study would not directly need to be initiated. But what I do want to remind the council is that later this year, to the extent one of the adopted rate plans are approved and the city elects to move forward with that first bond issue, there will be a study. That study may not require the city council to take action on rates. That's what we're asking the council to do here. But there will be a study to affirm the feasibility of issuing those bonds and the adopted rate path being adequate to repay those obligations. So there will be other studies, but it may not require an action by the city council.
Well, would that study be required under the recommended plan?
That absolutely.
Okay.
For the purposes of issuing the bonds, and I do think Carl has a slide here that readdresses what that process looks like. But the city council may remember we talked about a financing team,
right,
and so forth. And one of those governing documents would be a financial feasibility report, and most likely also an engineering feasibility report as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Murray. And then with regards to the recommended plan and the modified plan option A, so the price difference in monthly charges between FY '29, between the recommended plan and option A, so we're talking a $10 difference, a month difference for the potential risks that we would be assuming from Florida Department of Environmental Protection violations and stuff backing up into people's homes and not having water pressure. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, for the 4,000 gallon user, that's what it shows.
Okay. So that's the associated risk, the way I see it from between those two plans. Okay, thank you.
So just to cover what council's action for today, we would be here today to adopt an ordinance related to the utility rates and charges with either Exhibit A or Modified Plan A or Plan Exhibit B for the charges, as well as revised Exhibit B, which shows the chart, the updated charges that were noted in the presentation. And then just to go over next steps, so this slide provides an overview of the next steps to provide bond proceeds by October of 2025. The financing team identified has council-approved continuing service agreements with the city and has experience from previous debt issuances for the city. In May or June, the financing team would begin drafting the financing documents. In August, the bond resolution would be presented for approval. And in August, there would be a posting of the 2025 bonds, preliminary statement. And in September, there would be the sale of the bonds. And in October would be the closing of the bonds. These dates may shift as we coordinate an SRF funding loan request and timing of funding need to coincide with project funding needs. This timetable is tentative and will be adjusted based on coordinating that loan in the funding need. But you can see that's the financing team that's worked with the city in the past and who we're proposing to move forward with going forward with the bonds. So that's the end of my presentation for today.
Thank you, Carl. Back to the dais for discussion.
Do you want to kick us off, or do you want me to?
Well, I was going to kick us off by inviting you to talk. So specifically, I think that, the last time we met and talked about this, we're trying to find a way to find a compromise that gets, some things started, if we're not willing to bite off the whole thing. I still, I believe that the original plan presented is the best plan and will cost us the least money in the long run. But in the interest of trying to find a way through this and meet a compromise, I certainly want to hear your thoughts on that, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of thoughts. I'm going to try to articulate them in a certain order to kind of lay out the history of how we got here. So last year, the utility rate first came before us. It came to our attention that a lot of fees that should have been charged and that are standard in other municipalities and counties were not being charged. It came to my attention that the impact fees that could have been charged over the years have not been charged. So we as City Council last year did adopt 2 years ago.
2 years.
Would have been, 2 years ago.
2003, November 2003.
2023. So a year and a half ago. So we adopted the highest impact fees possible that the state allows. We did not at that time choose to increase the rates. So here we are looking at the rates again. The first plan that came to us increased rates over this period of time by $329.82. And my issues with that plan are that it was my opinion that things were drastically missed in the 2018 rate study. And those fees that we should have been charging, we were losing $2.9 million just last year on miscellaneous connection fees and things of that nature. So it's my opinion that while a lot of these increases and the upgrades that we're needing to see, the maintenance that we're needing to see, and despite a comment earlier, the rate of construction has increased. We know that across the board. That is not, the price of everything is increased, including the price to run the city. So with all of that, it was my opinion that the full cost to upgrade this facility should not fall on the back of our residents, because it wasn't our residents that came up with the 2018 utility plan. It wasn't our residents that chose not to impose miscellaneous charges and fees, losing us up to $2.9 million a year. It wasn't our residents that approved variances, increasing density and converting commercial property to residential property, when now here we are needing industrial and commercial property. Our residents didn't make those decisions. So it was my opinion that the cost of those increases should not fall on our residents. We then asked staff to go back, along with our consultant, Murray, and look for alternatives. That alternative requires us to remove some of the utility projects that in a utopian society and world we would have, Councilman Gumbaro. Of course, we want all of these things. Just like when every single one of the people in front of us are at the grocery store, they want the prime rib, not the $6 sirloin. So we have to adjust. We have to make decisions where we make cuts. And unfortunately, that required staff to go back and say, we do have this DEP agreement. We know that there are, in fact, things that we have to do to improve our system, and that we should do to improve our system, because we are stopping economic development from really taking off in our community because we don't have water. We have got to improve our economic vitality in this community so that we can diversify our tax base, take property tax burdens off of our residents, and bring in more commercial dollars. All of that requires us to improve our utility system. But all of that should not fall on the back of our homeowners. So staff did what we asked. They went back, they came up with this modified option A and modified plan option B. When I look at the two options, either A or B, I think the differences between the two are very small. So to be quite frank, I would go with option B because we see a 14% increase this year rather than a 16% increase. And I think that that's less of a shock to the wallets of our monthly bills. I understand the angst from our residents. I understand the angst from staff. I understand the angst from my colleagues up here. I think all of us have prioritized infrastructure. We've all said that we are going to really focus on infrastructure in a number of ways, and this is top of that priority list. We've shown that in the appropriations asks that we've submitted to the state. We've asked Tallahassee for water and for help with our flooding, our stormwater. Those are vital to this community and to the continued healthy growth of the community. So, I am grateful to you all, staff, for coming back with these modified plans. The fact of the matter is, we know that there were some misses in the past, but we can't rewind that clock. We can't go back and fix that. We can only say, well, we see what was done incorrectly. We were put in these seats to right some wrongs, so let's right some wrongs. Let's charge the miscellaneous fees that we haven't been charging. Check. Let's increase the impact fees to the max that we can so that we can help development to pay for itself. Check. Now here we are under a DEP agreement, and we are being told by staff the projects that we are including in modified plan option A and modified plan option B are necessary to meet the DEP requirements for that DEP agreement. So I say, this is what we have to do. This is what we have to go with. We cannot say we don't want any increases, and so we're not going to take care of these vital infrastructure needs. This is what we as council have to do. I hear in your comments, Councilman Gambaro, that you clearly want to go with the first recommended plan. And again, if it weren't the taxpayers and we had a blank check, I would agree with you. But it is the taxpayers that have to pay for this, us included. We're all taxpayers as well. So my position is that we go with modified plan option B. That will save our residents over $86 over this period. And while that may not seem like a lot of money, it is a difference between buying a carton of eggs every month. And those are real decisions that our residents, especially those on fixed incomes, have to make. So I would encourage council to go with modified plan option B. Now, here's what I will say about, just very quickly on the growth. We are on the brink of securing some really great economic development projects. We really need to keep the healthy growth of this community moving forward so that we can get in those economic development projects, bring in good paying jobs, which a lot of these do. I'm telling you, a lot of these projects that are right on the brink, they bring in very good paying jobs. We need to stop being a net exporter of workers and keep our residents in-house. And to do that, we really need to focus on securing these economic development projects and keeping water flowing to the community. So my position is to adopt modified plan option B. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Gambaro, you have anything else?
I was going to defer to Councilman.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and so I understand you're talking about B because on the front end it has less impact, right? Mm-hmm. I think A is also a valid option because if you look on the far right, the outcomes in terms of total increases, while negligible, it's actually cheaper for option A in the long run over time. And that's assuming CPI of certain amounts and things like that we don't know. The other thing that I think it does is it still allows for the second bond to be a viable option because it's not, the first 2 years are not, or the first 2 increases are not a departure from that plan as well. So it keeps that potentially alive. If we get a little bit more money from the state, if we get some other things, we can reduce the bond and kind of tackle all those wish list projects that we want to kind of finish the job and get a lot of the problems that we have, especially with I&I and things like that, that they just add to increased maintenance costs, but then drags everything down in terms of the rates. If we have leakage going through pipes, we have pipe bursts that are unbudgeted, so they cost tons of money. I don't know what it has been so far this year. I know we're already, Carl, I don't know if you can speak to that, already over budget in terms of emergency repairs.
Yeah, Pete, the utility director or acting utility director would have to speak
okay.
on that.
So anecdotally, my understanding is at least one repair was over $300,000. So to have this aging infrastructure and have it continually break down on us, it's costing us more money in the long term if we don't fix it. So my interest would be trying to get this done, in a compromise, and I think option A is a good option as well, because it kind of allows for a potential future of that full plan if we get the right federal money, grants, state money in place that reduces that amount of bond. So hopefully would offset some potential rate increases in the future, but would get the entire project done. So that's just my position on it. Certainly willing to, continue to talk about it. In my eyes, we got to get something done today.
Councilman Gambaro.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions of Carl were just to highlight the risks so that it's clear. And so when things happen, it was a cognizant decision by this council. And so I'm happy to move to option A if that's a place that can help this council move forward.
Thank you, sir. Any more comments from the dais? You're going to have to wait, sir. It's not public comment. Can I get a motion for either one of these two options?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve modified plan option A.
I'll second.
Further discussion? No discussion? So the plan of the council is to move, the vote will be on going with option A. I'll open this for public comment. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Shank. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and concerned residents of Palm Coast. I stand before you this morning as a resident deeply concerned about the status of our city. This particular issue right here is an issue that when I applied to be appointed to the position, to that seat that Mr. Gambaro is sitting in, I was asked if I would support the referendum, and I said yes. Due to a lack of transparency, we stand in a position now where the residents are facing this type of an increase. In 2018, when the utility plan was completed in 2018, based upon a 3 to 5 year review, we should have already reviewed it at least 2 to 4 times. And if we had done that, been transparent, because there have been questions that have been asked about the current situation that we're facing right now. Those questions have been asked for several years within that 10-year period of time. And the can kept being kicked down the curb. Now, today, we understand that when it comes to developer impact fees, there is absolutely nothing that this council can do prior to 2028. So though the residents may want to see that happen, this is where honesty and transparency is extremely valuable. If people are told the truth, then they can support what needs to be done if we're told the truth. When I moved to this community nearly 24 years ago, I thought I had arrived in utopia. With time, I've come to realize it doesn't exist. However, I do still believe in the possibility of a thriving city. We are still a young city compared to the surrounding municipalities within the Tri-County area. I had hopes that we would experience a course correction after several years of a downward spiral into chaos. Chaos is often fueled by intentionally misleading information that is completely void of factual evidence. Yet we have found ourselves continuously enthralled in destructive actions that has replaced love with hate, truth with lies, peace with conflict, excellence with mediocrity, and education with ignorance. A fissure in our foundation threatens the very essence of what many of us love about our community. We are at a crossroads, and I say we because it is collectively. We must make a decision to course correct. We, and yes, I say we, because the decision that is made regarding the hiring of the next city manager. That is one of the most crucial decisions you have to make. Right now, when you Google how many city managers has City of Palm Coast had, it tells you since Landon was here, we've had at least 5. How do we expect to attract a competent, highly qualified person into this position who's willing to stay here through all of this when we have the type of chaos that's going on now, and then this rate increase. I encourage you all to course correct, work together, and let's make Palm Coast what we all love, what we all would like to see, the beautiful community that we love.
Thank you, Ms. Shanks. Yes, sir.
Good morning. First of all, I want to apologize the first time talking.
State your name, sir.
I'm sorry, Rich Drogas.
Thank you, sir.
21 Flaxton Lane here in Palm Coast. Resident for, like I said, 18 months. Anyway, I want to apologize because I'm not very well together this morning on my first presentation because I'm not feeling well. So I apologize for that. I want to thank Mr. Cody for sending out Lynn Stevens. I have worked through several people, engineers and everybody through Palm Coast and the issue with the swells. I understand, like, money's needed to do certain projects, but the problem is, like he's talking about down the road, potential this, potential that, and the increase of product and labor services and so forth. But we're dealing with it now, too. And you're asking us to take and spend additional money for something we haven't got. I don't want to talk about down the road. I want to talk about today, right now. Today is a swell issue that's been going on. The system is over since 1970, I understand, or in the early 70s. That system is a mess. I'm not asking the city or whatever to take complete the whole system or the whole F section. I'm talking about several streets. Do a couple pilots just to see what, like Ms. Stevens mentioned or what I mentioned to the engineers, just to see if it works. Then you can go from there to decide if you want to go further on. Pilot would be the best since they've looked at 6 different locations around the surrounding areas, and their system is not working according to them. It's working, but it's not perfect. I really believe right now everybody's looking for the perfect solution. And when it comes to expense and so forth, you know, right now, simple things like when a person pipe burst down the street earlier on during the wet season, and then the people came out, fixed the pipe, they threw a big bunch of dirt in the swell. So when you could call them, they said, well, that's a maintenance issue. So you call maintenance, and they don't come out. I mean, it's bounced around. Again, this is bureaucracy. So when a code enforcement example, I was attending a meeting on my block where 2 driveways were collapsed. One was partially collapsed, the other one was. The one that was partially collapsed, they went out and told him you got 30 days to fix this or he's going to get a $5,000 fine. Fine, he fixed it in 2 weeks. The next door neighbor, which happens to be a renter, not a renter, I'm sorry, a person that rents those properties, there are like 20 of them in the area, so I have to wonder how much pressure is being put on him, but it's been well over a year, and finally, Mr. Murray, Jack Murray, new to the system, is starting to fine him $50 a day, starting retroactive sometime in the middle of this month if he doesn't do it. My point is here that the system has to be changed because then they wouldn't do anything with the swells. I mean, it's just step after step. Why does it take over a year to get somebody to fix something that's affecting the whole neighborhood? I would strongly encourage everybody to take a real hard look at the swell issues, especially right now. What about projects down the road? We need this to be addressed now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Have you spoken with Ms. Stevens about your situation, sir?
Yes.
You have? Okay, thank you.
I spoke all the way up till now. You've heard it.
Yes, sir.
What are the next step?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Hello,
Johnson.
my name is Leslie Johnson. I live here in Palm Coast. I feel rather like I've been lied to because last week I asked about the financial procedures and how the money was coming in for the water utility department. I understand that it's coupled with the enterprise fund and one other fund, and that somebody seems to think that it's okay to transfer between the water utility funds and, say, the general enterprise fund or whatever it is that it is. Okay, I don't have it written down. However, I did go research to the PC City Charter and looked at the water reclaimed water and wastewater service financial procedures, specifically section 49-53. And it goes in an A, B, and C order. The A is that basically, generally, yeah, you know, the city can raise fees and use these fees as they seem fit. However, C seems to really bring it down to a really important thing, item number C. and that all revenues derived from charges and fees shall be appropriately obligated and deposited in the Water and Wastewater System Revenue Fund and Water, Reclaimed Water, Wastewater Enterprise Fund, not and enterprise fund, but enterprise fund. So you've got all of these all coupled into one enterprise generic fund kind of a thing. Then it says, and used in accordance with said obligation for the operation and maintenance, construction, acquisition, addition, extension, renewal, and replacement to the water system, reclaimed water system, and wastewater system of the city as budgeted and approved by the city. So in other words, what this is telling me is no, you can't transfer those funds for general enterprise funds or other issues. It has to be for the water, and that's it. And that's all those systems that this thing describes. I feel like I've been lied to, misled, and I believe that's symptomatic of our city staff and how they do not and will not follow policies and procedures. Oh yeah, that's presuming they even have any, okay? So would you look in that? I recommend highly you remove Louie the Lifter, or Lefty the Lifter, from city staff and quit pulling out from the water funds. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Perkins.
Can I see the slide on what the water rate increase was going to be used for when everybody laughed?
The modified plan?
No, back where you had what the different categories that the water was going to be, the rates increase was for, why the rate increase, something like that.
I think that was already up there.
Yeah, it's kind of back.
Right here?
Not really, but that's close enough, I guess. So you're going to increase our rates. I understand that we're in a position where we have to. When I thank you, Pontieri, we need to keep it as low as possible right now, given the state of everything for everyone financially. The thing is, I mean, and just like Leslie said, the rates, our money was supposed to be going for all of these things, for the construction, for the planning, for maintenance, for repairs, etc. You can quadruple the impact fees. What does it matter when you guys mismanage the funds? Not you guys, but city staff, I guess. Somebody here is mismanaging funds. We pay a stormwater fee, but then we don't have money for stormwater. You know? All these fees we pay, and it's not going to what we paid it for. So until, I understand you're going to raise the rates, but it's incumbent on you to find out what's going on, why they're not managing this. Why are you going to ask the same people who mismanage what you should do? That's kind of crazy. I think you need somebody independent that they don't choose to find out, to do, I would say, a performance audit to find out what has gone on here. And it's incumbent on you. Having an MBA, I would think that you're taught to do such a thing. I had my own company. The only way we could run to make money was to plan. So we've had some poor planning here, and you need to get to the root of it, or we're going to keep being right back here to square one. And you're going to be telling us, oh, fear-mongering how we need to do this because the state's going to come after us and this and that, or at 100% capacity, which is totally unheard of to even be allowed to happen. Again, heads need to roll. Start rolling them. Yeah. You're going to raise our rates, roll some heads. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Pontieri. And I pray you guys look out after us, too.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Yes, ma'am.
Chantal Pruniger. I find it mind-boggling that you try to fix a water problem knowing that when it's going to be fixed, at the end of it, with all the added development, it's going to be back to zero. because we'll have more constructions. The moratorium that Mayor Norris tried to bring, nobody had the gut to second that. I just don't get it. Now, my question to you is, I hear this is obviously one problem at a time. So today is the water. I've been standing here previous years, and there was discussion of other problems, and the city has borrowed money as well. So I want to know, how much debt does the city already have that that plan would add up to? My water bill, by the way, usage is $20, but the bill, the complete bill, is over $140. So it's not the water by itself that's expensive, it's everything else added to it, but where does that money go? I heard some people question that, and I question it too. I've asked her repeatedly to have auditing of the books. We want to know, because we've paid for those things. Now, Teresa, you said you don't want the cost to rest on the residents, and yet you vote for one of those plans. So it's still going on the residents, you know, with no affirmation that by the end it's finished, we don't have to do it again. It's just, it's puzzling to me. I don't know, I'm really disappointed. I think you can do better than that.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just a couple questions.
State your name, please.
Tony Michael,
All right,
W
Tony.
section. I hear a lot about how we're going to get bonds and everything. I'd like to know what collateral the city uses for these bonds. And also, we sent people out to Tallahassee before to get help with our water department. But, you know, they were selected people again from the last council, and they came back with something else that was against something that us residents voted for. So I suggest that if anybody else goes out to Tallahassee, that either, I'm sorry, for all you, especially you, to stay out of Tallahassee. Maybe yourself or Teresa can go with whoever goes to Tallahassee and fight for our water department. And I've stated before, I have, with my ex-husband, a second house in Fruitland Park. My water bill has water, trash, and tax on it. It's $60 a month. When I leave, or if he leaves to go up north for whatever time, he calls up the water department and says, hey, I'm leaving for 4 months. Water department says, great, no problem. They turn the service off for the 4 months. When he comes back, they turn it back on. He does not get charged for 4 months of water that he's not using. And that's another thing. We have so many people here who are snowbirds that leave their house empty, where water is not being used, but yet they're being charged. So they're actually paying for a service and water not used, which is kind of theft in my eyes, but that's like free money to the city because no water is being used. All right, so like I says, I'm still curious, you know, we got bonds and funds before, and they built one new well, which does no good, a reverse osmosis, because it's not efficient for what we need. The other wells bleed into it, so it even makes it not even a reverse osmosis, however you say it, well. You know, and I know it's not you, Mayor, I'm sorry. Teresa, I'm really, really surprised. I'm happy you want to go with the B, but I know it's a fight, and I just hope and pray to God both of you have enough strength to go against this evil that's going to be hitting you guys in the next few months, because, like I says, there is a deep, deep state in the city of Palm Coast, and by rattling the books, it's going to bring out a lot of dirty stuff. And believe me, a lot of residents, we're digging. Nothing's going to stop us from digging. And we're digging deep. We're connecting all the different companies that are all connected, and all the people in this office of the city of Palm Coast who are all related and connected somehow, and it has to stop. And also, one more thing before, it just amazes me that the city got that $54 million money, and that was in 2003. And then our last mayor decided, oh, I think it's great that we give ourselves a big, nice raise. So just, you know, we got to look where the money's going.
Thank you, Ms. Tony. Yes, sir, Mr. McDonald.
Morning, Dennis McDonald. I heard Councilman Gambaro ask some good questions to Mr. Cody about the different facilities here in detail. And it kind of reminded me of a comment that you had made earlier in this discussion about utilities about, you know, something like we identify a problem, we attack it, and we fix it, okay? Obviously, that, you know, comes back to your experience in your work. So my question for you is, why haven't you attacked and fixed the problem? And the problem you were speaking about with Mr. Cody is called water incursion. It's been going on here since the very beginning of Palm Coast. We're decades into this thing, and nobody's fixed the incoming water, so you don't have to tell people not to flush their toilet when it rains. This is insanity. I've never lived in a place like this. You know what the problem is, but we have a subcontractor who gets paid a lot of money to fix this stuff. It's on a schedule. We can only allot so much of the money. Attack the problem. Fix the water incursion problem. It will help out a lot, okay? What I wanted to tell you is this, is that when you sit back here in the voter seats, okay, there's never any numbers. There's no numbers, actual money numbers from the builders. You ever notice that? All we get is fluff from the builders, okay? But there are two numbers that came forward in all this discussion in the last month, okay? And that is the bond issue that you're talking about. You're talking about $620 million, right? Okay, and you got Mr. DiLorenzo to admit to the fact that we're 19,000 units behind, okay? But that's probably the 620 isn't going to take care of that. My question to you is, have you ever taken the only two numbers that have actually been put out on the floor here and done a little division? It comes out to $33,000, just short of $33,000 for those 19,000 units. Okay, you made a comment, Mr. Mayor, and said that we can't make it. You can't ever catch this thing. I've forgotten exactly what the words are. You can't ever catch it, because I can tell you, as a developer in commercial and multifamily over 40 years of my life, what you're doing here in Florida, and it's going on all over the place, is these impact fees that you're paying is only a way to fuel the developers, not the poor guys who work as the electricians and the plumbers, the developers. You can't fix it. Those numbers prove it. $33,000, but what you can do on an immediate basis is you can increase 3 fees that there is no control over. A water meter fee, a sewer hookup fee, okay, and a water hookup fee. You could take and make those any amount of money. Maybe you could take those and divide them all by 3, and you could come up with $11,000 every time for each one of those things and start to help to pay for the problems that we've had, and it's never going away. It's systemic. You can't fix it unless you step up and put the money up front. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Stone.
I have a suggestion for you guys. Why don't you, with the water problems, the costs, talk to other cities, just like you did with traffic. Teresa was very open-minded, talking to Ormond Beach. Took 7 years, not you guys, but previous council, to put safety devices on the roads. So just talk to other cities. Or, a woman made a very good suggestion. Make these positions open for elections. Get the right people in. It's got to be a problem. 14 years here, the water rates are always going up. Port Orange is stable with water. Ormond Beach is stable. There's a problem. And it's up to you guys to figure out what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Rose Chimicero, a 43-year resident here in Palm Coast. It's sickening to see all that has happened to this city, for one. Flooding is a problem. Traffic is a problem. Building is a problem. Bleeding of money is a problem. Which my next question to you, council, that nothing has been addressed and nothing has been said since it appeared publicly. Where is the $1 million that went poof? I have been asking, and so many others, since 2023, that an audit needs to properly be done of every single penny that this city obtains. I was told that it's spotted, that it just we glance over. No, we need to know. Now there's $1 million that's not been addressed, and it's publicly said it's disappeared. My question is, where is it? That money is just a little drop in a bucket, but it's money that could help us residents so that we don't have to pay the extra money that you constantly keep asking us for. I would love that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Pat Dahlberg. I'm only 15 months here in Palm Coast. And to be honest with you, I'm very disappointed that I ever bought a house in Palm Coast. My first point I would like to make is that I don't understand where I come from. When you have to tighten your belt, you tighten your belt. You don't just keep spending money. So why did I see for 8 months big equipment on Route 100? Everybody on next door was talking about they're putting a lane in so that there can be right turns onto Seminole Woods. Aren't we excited? At least we'll get some of this traffic off of Route 100. And then we see the sidewalk to nowhere. What the hell were you all thinking? Who approved a sidewalk to nowhere? I mean, who's going to walk out of BJ's with their cart and push it along to nowhere? Where are they going to go? Who is going to use that sidewalk? I work off of Route 100. I have never seen anyone walk on the sidewalk to nowhere. That's number one. Number two, you spend an incredible amount of money on flowers. Why do you spend so much money on flowers? You could make those beds. It's beautiful. I'm not talking about it's not beautiful. But you could put flowers, 2 rows of annuals, some green grasses, and 2 rows of annuals, and save yourselves a heck of a lot of money. I just don't understand why you spend so much money. And the latest, I'm going to call it boondoggle of money, is the chicanes, I think you call them. They've already been run over on Forest Grove, so they're out. You know, I guess it was a traffic calming thing, and all the ones that you put on the other streets that were traffic bumps, I would call them. Why? You had 9 sheriff's officers added in September. Where I come from, you call up your sheriff's department and you say, okay, we have speeders in the C section. I want you to take 2 of your new sheriffs, you put them in a hidey hole. That's what we did in Maryland. And you give out tickets for 2 weeks. Let me tell you, you won't have anybody speeding. And you do that on Forest Grove, and you do that on Ferndale, and you do it anywhere else you want to do it. You won't have speeders on your 30-mile-an-hour roads. It's an easy fix, and I'm sure Sheriff Staley would be happy to give out tickets and have more revenue coming in to pay for the 9 more sheriffs that he wants. I just think sometimes you all aren't thinking about an easier, better fix. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Jeff Adams. I was actually here at the meeting on 3-4 and was trying to get some additional information. Matter of fact, I've reached out to you, Mr. Mayor, and did not get a return phone call. But
Yeah, sir, I'm going to follow up. I've just been kind of busy.
I understand that. I mean, It's not like I'm the top
I got
priority.
you. You're the engineer, right?
No, I'm actually a director of operations for a $40 million a year company. We did it with 60 employees. And all I'm saying is you're going to have to do the work. That's not a question. My next question would be is, can you rework the ways you're doing this so that you can minimize the time, cut back on the cost? Because one of the concerns these gentlemen had was the ongoing and escalating costs of this stuff. Well, if you can get it done quicker, then get it done quicker. Hire more subcontractors. I question, for example, you hired 2 more people to put in water meters. I don't know why you wouldn't use contract employees so that you don't have them for long term. I'm willing to help, and I think this gentleman back here that was in development for years would be more than willing to help. I don't qualify to run for the open seat because I don't live in the right area. So, but I would like to, offer a couple pieces of advice, and one of those is, work on somebody else's money. I would try and go with AIA contracts. I would try and go with evergreen contracts. All those are things that you can set for periods of time and lower the cost, not by how much it costs per unit, but the fact that you're using less money on a shorter period of time. You're going to have to do the work. That's just, we're out of luck on that crap. We're out of luck. We've got to do the work. The question is now how to do it expeditiously and you can use contracts so that if somebody fails, it's has a warranty, you're not covering the insurance, all these things can be done. It's very standard business in the development and concrete business and the things I was in, and you can minimize your exposure and just work on somebody else's money. With an AIA contract, you can go as long as 45 days from the time they complete to the time you have to pay them. They know that up front, so it's not like you're being dishonest. It just cuts back on your exposure. And that's what I would recommend that I'm sure these 2 gentlemen are very versed at it, but, second set of eyes never hurt anybody. So, just a thought.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I will follow up as soon as I can.
I'm sure. Not a problem. It's not like you didn't have anything else to do this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Marilyn Mack, I'm a 15-year resident in the F section, prior 26 years in government procurement, so I'm very familiar how the government works. I've told you all that before. I don't even know where to start. There's just so much corruption in this city, it's unbelievable. And the show of the contractors being out there today just reemphasizes everything that's been posted about Mayor Mike that was incorrect and him allegedly doing something incorrect. Y'all are really showing your true colors in this city. It's very evident. The other problem is when I look at these spreadsheets, which is all it seems like these employees do, is they do spreadsheets or presentations and read to us for $160,000, $192,000 a year salary. Not real work, not crunching the numbers. Guess what's on none of these budgets? Nothing about the interest that's coming in off the money that's been sitting there for 50 years. Nothing about our debt. That right there proves it, without even actually seeing it, that we're not being shown transparency of what's happened. Where is our money? Because it's obviously been malfeasance all through. It's very, I'm not sad about it or upset. I'm very angry about it. Y'all, everybody in this city that's a city employee should be ashamed, except some of the new people and not Mayor Mike. People are looking at it, and I really hope somebody comes down from higher above, higher authority than this city, because heads need to roll. Roll. And the other thing is that I want to mention is, my budget, I have to cut. You realize our multi-utility bill is going to be somewhere around $200 to $250 a month? Like a car payment for some people. That's insane. And why is it that Palm Coast is so high? We get the same service from the same company, the same trash pickup company as Ormond Beach, but yet we pay double before we even turn on water. Why? That's another reason that shows you there's malfeasance with the funds. You guys stole from the funds. It's obvious. So I'm asking today, again, for a forensic audit, if anything, a forensic audit on the utility department. From day one, from every single penny that came in and every single penny that went out, where did it go? We demand that as residents here that's our money. It's never any of y'all's money, it's our money. It's our city. It's our city buildings. It's our city assets. And the other thing is what Leslie read, you guys violate the charter through and through. You're not supposed to get us in this much debt. The debt that we have right now, we're not supposed to have. Now you want to get us in more debt. The charter doesn't even allow for that. Resident people here that live here and are on fixed budgets, I don't care if you're not on a fixed budget, what do? You have to cut back. We need to cut back in this city. Why do we have a media department? What do we have media people for? Cut them. Reduce salaries. Make them feel the pain here that they're trying to put on us continually when they're the ones that cause the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kaylee Rickard, and I live in Palm Coast, and I also own a small business here. Every action taken by this council, whether positive or negative, is going to have a consequence. It's going to either have an immediate, long-term, or direct or indirect consequence. I've had to adjust my speech a little bit since y'all shut down the moratorium, so thank you. I might not be up here as long. I am in favor of the utility increase to get our infrastructure to be able to support the current and new citizens. Let's discuss the consequences to our community, though, of merely mentioning the moratorium. The word moratorium gets picked up in the press and lives forever on the internet. We as a community are on that transition point. It came up in last council meeting, where we have enough citizens and growth that we can attract larger businesses like the BJ's and can begin transitioning the main tax base from the citizens onto the commercial sector. So the commercial sector, though, is watching those headlines, and they're seeing what's happening here, and they're going to go a different direction if they feel that there's stuff going on in our area. That's not good. Since the word has even been mentioned twice recently, actually, we have work to do to bring this community up to somewhere people actually want to come to. Again, I love living in this area. I've been here for 15 years. I am a family of 4. I'm not going to flee my home with these utility rate increases. It has to be done. I may eat out a few times less, but I will adjust. Just as I pay for regular maintenance and repairs to my home, my vehicle, I expect, as a utility consumer, to pay for the regular maintenance and repair for the infrastructure, while impact fees pay for the capacity increases, which have also just been increased. The builders pay those. That's how it's supposed to be. Honestly, with all the talks of the moratorium, the pending hiring of the new city manager that appeared to be very biased at the last council meeting, the upcoming council person appointment, and the actions outside of the charter trying to fire the city staff illegally, I would ask that our mayor would evaluate his place in this office and if it is still in the best interest of our city.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Long, how can we help you?
Good morning, Anna Maria Long, Executive Officer, Flagler Home Builders Association, and resident of Indian Trails, 35 years. Staff was recently asked a question that would automatically give an inflammatory answer. How many units are in the pipeline? The answer, 19,000, understandably sent residents into a tailspin. So let's break down the 19,000 number and let your constituents take a deep breath. 11,740 units are within developments, many of which won't come to fruition for well over a decade. With being within developments, obviously that means that the developments will maintain their own stormwater, their own infrastructure, et cetera. They will not become a burden on the city. In fact, of those, only 6,280 have even made it to final plat. Final plat means that those subdivisions have all come before City Council for a final detailed map, allowing it to be legally recorded within the county. This does not issue a development order or building permit. For terms of timeline, many of the developments that we've seen getting issued building permits here in the last 3 years, many of those were put into final plat in the early 2000s. 7,392 ITT lots that are left, and they are entitled to be developed. That means a property owner, just like any of us here today, own the land and has the right to build on it. It doesn't mean it's gonna happen today or even tomorrow, but at some point, they may want to, and when they do, they are legally entitled to do so. We've averaged just over 2,000 building permits for single-family residential, plus a few hundred multifamily tops completed each year since 2020, and far less before that. If we were to maintain that current pace, which is higher than average for Palm Coast, but still about half of what we were doing during the boom, it would still take us almost 10 years to reach 19,000 permits, assuming that every single developer and every single landowner of an ITT lot actually wants to and has the funding to develop in that time frame. So just wanted to clarify that for anyone who got perturbed by that 19,000 number, because I had questioned it. I was like, wow, that's more than I had heard. So additionally, I want to thank council for looking at alternative options and coming up with solutions that are helpful to the residents. As a family of 5 myself, well 6 because my mom and 3 kids who really like eggs and are really expensive. You know, they're a cup of coffee or a carton of eggs per month, and that can be a lot. So I encourage you guys to continue working to a solution so that we can get our infrastructure in line, as it is what you all promised to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Jeremy Davis, P section. Anyways, president of the Builder Association, that's very nice. All right, got it. I look around in this room, I see a lot of elderly people here. I know that this community is made of elderly people. Y'all are robbing the elderly people. I'll gladly be Robin Hood, because it's wrong what y'all are doing. My mom has had to come out of retirement to go back to work. This is ridiculous what is going on. Again, I'm going to ask for accountability. Somewhere in the staff, it's been mismanaged multiple times, through and throughout. I would have never started coming to this city at all if no one would have built a home 4 feet higher next to me. That's when my problem started, because that's when it affected me. And then I took concern of my city. I understand that people are mad that they're being questioned a moratorium, but we have to go about this the smart way. We can't just keep taxing our water system. If we don't have it, how can we keep adding to it? I always ask y'all, make it make sense. Please make it make sense. As a resident, I'm for all of these people. I know we're gonna get a rate anyways, we're gonna get an increase. There's nothing we can do about it because we have to fix the problem. The problem is you've been burdening our backs too long because of the mismanagement in our city. And if we keep doing the same thing, we're gonna keep getting the same outcome. And I hope none of y'all are insane up there, because none of you look like it. And I've never ever called y'all that. I've never said anything bad toward any of you. Yes, I've said some choice words, my freedom of speech, as you are now learning about that. But I think each and every one of you, this is a hard this is a hard task, a very hard task. And as a resident, we're really tired of being burdened with this. So please look into finding where this mismanagement happened and correct the problem, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say this. Maybe we can take off the soil maintenance off the water bill and get a true water bill just for our water and sewage.
Mr. Mayor, I believe this person has already talked on this subject. I just want to make sure you're aware.
Already been up once before on this.
Yes, but I also want to just say this for the council and everybody here. On the weekend, go sit on 100 by Educational Way and watch 2 miles long of cars waiting for a food bank okay? Next, they're going to be watching everybody being homeless.
I know, Tony, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Mr. Duffy. I didn't know she had already been up.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Kelly. I live in Palm Harbor.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I was going to speak about other things, but other people brought them up, so I'm not going to reiterate that. But there were quite a things that I agreed with. I wanted to comment before I get started that no one's water bill is that low. I've also lived in four other states, another country, and 3 cities in Florida, and Palm Coast is the highest utility bill I've ever had. So I just wanted to bring that up. But I also want to be proactive and address some things that might help, hopefully, and also that concern me. You admitted that the city was poorly managed and budgeted in the past, and there's nothing that you guys can do about that, and we need to move forward now. I agree. But yet it appears as though, based on the way that you guys voted earlier on a motion that the mayor made, that you were willing to allow this potentially to occur again. Why not put a moratorium solely on new community development? I'm not referencing the single-family lot owner who wants to develop his house, or a local builder who wants to buy that lot and develop a spec house. I'm referencing these communities that have been approved over and over again over the last years, with hundreds and hundreds of new homes coming in. And we know, based on the conversations or the information you gave us today, that the impact fees have already been addressed, so they can't be raised again. But when you're bringing in communities with hundreds and hundreds of houses, they're impacting more than just the sewer and water. They're impacting roads. They're impacting and creating much more impervious areas. So we have to, the city has to take on expenses of controlling pervious areas and groundwater drainage so that we can prevent flooding. You just spent $9.2 million doing that in Indian Trails. So we need to get control of this development, and I think that the mayor's move to put a moratorium, at least short term, until on these big communities, until the budget is properly in place to handle the growth. Why are you voting no to that? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Stevens.
Candy Stevens, Peace Section. I know we're going to get a rate increase here. I mean, we need it. I've seen this can getting kicked and kicked and kicked since I've lived here for 10 years. I just was having a suggestion, and I wanted to bring this up. I don't know if this is something that we can do here, but I know right now what we're doing is bringing us current residents up to a 32% or so increase within the next couple years. I would make a motion, and I would also make a suggestion that if there is a way from the date that you all choose forward, that the utility department charges people, new residents that are hooking up, at the rate that we're going for. See what I'm saying? Charge them starting, because they're going to be paying it anyway. They're not going to know the difference like we do. We've all been here all this time. So I think charging people that are coming in new, pick a date to go forward from, and start charging those people the rate that we're moving towards as current residents, because that's going to give you some more money to put in the budget, to put in the utility budget. See what I'm saying? I think that would be some way that we can get some more income, some more revenue coming in from the utilities, other than from us that are already here. I've been really thinking hard on this. It's one of the only suggestions that I can think of at this time that we could do to get some more revenue, so I would highly suggest somebody making a motion and seeing if we can legally do that first, of course, checking with council, but maybe implementing something of that nature so we can get ahead instead of being behind. That's all I have today.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comments? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, could you let everyone know what the current city debt is?
Yes, sir, or it might be very helpful, the next item on your agenda
Okay,
is
we're gonna
the
be talking,
audit.
we're gonna be talking about our debt. Okay, that's right, I'm sorry. And what about it as far as reserves? You sent me a spreadsheet with the reserves the other
Yes,
day?
yes, sir, that's also on the slideshow for the
Okay.
audit.
All right, thank you. All right, come back to the dais. Any further comments or, as far as the comments from the residents?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to comment on a couple things. I wish, I don't know, City Manager, if we can get signs up on 100 that say not managed by the City of Palm Coast.
That's true.
The reason why, and that's not, specifically for you, it's because I think every meeting we have the same conversation. So FDOT manages that road, and, we put pressure on them to try to fix those things that we see the same things you see, that instead of repaving, they should have been 6-laning, sidewalks that seem to have little or no use, but, to that point, there's certainly probably people that do use them, and it gives opportunities for people to move up and down that road. So the main thing is just kind of the management of that construction timeline and the expansion of that and its effects on our ability to move up and down that road. There was a mention of $1 million missing. I would need more specifics about that. I don't know what that's specifically pertaining to. Mr. Adams, thank you for your comments. You seem very knowledgeable on the construction and managing projects of this nature. So always look forward to your feedback. And then, Tallahassee. There was mention about lobbying and asks for legislative acts. Next week, we're up there.
Yes.
So everybody from council has been invited to go up there and advocate on behalf of the city. I can tell you that all of our priorities that are reflected in, it's a group consensus, are all focused on, the majority of them are focused on utility, water-related projects, because that's our priority, to try to get that money for you guys so that you guys aren't paying for it. So hopefully, actually, you probably did pay for it because the state raised those funds through sales tax, so those are your tax funds as well. So
One way or the other.
we just need to get it back to our community instead of it staying up there or going somewhere else. So we'll fight for that. We'll continue to fight for that. And I think that's all I have, just in terms of commentary.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor?
So because we can't discuss these things outside of the dais, I have a couple questions for my colleagues. What's the alternative to not accepting one of these plans?
It's not gonna happen. We have to do it to get the money. We have to have the capital to fix the previous problems, just to bring us up to where we're at now with the housings and the housing units.
Well, it's not just housing, though. I mean, a restaurant uses a lot of water,
Yeah,
so
I'm
let's
just
be
saying,
fair. But I get what you're saying.
Really.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think it essentially is default that we stop completely in growth, right? Commercial, industrial, and residential. And then on top of that, the regulatory issues that come with it as well, fines. I don't know what the end state, if we were just to completely say, we're not doing anything that the state says we have to do, what does that look like from the state standpoint? Do they come and take over our utility? What do they do? I don't know what that looks like.
Carl, what does that look like?
I do not have those answers.
I don't know if this has ever happened before where a city said,
Oh,
we're not doing it.
I'm sure it's happened somewhere.
Councilman Gambaro?
In my opinion, doing nothing is not an option.
So I asked the question because I legitimately, when I have these conversations with staff, and I'm sure you all do too, the first thing I always ask is, what is the minimum impact we can have on the residents? What's the max we can do with the minimum impact? And I'm looking at the modified plans, and we had to push to get there, but to me, this is it. I don't know what the alternative is, other than adopting one of these plans. If we,
One of these two plans or the original plan?
or the original, you're right, yep, at a higher cost.
Yes.
I hear comments regarding making cuts. There's not $300 million worth of cuts to make. That doesn't exist in the system. There are not $300 million worth of salaries to fire. What I can tell you is that the person in that seat is not who was in that seat in 2018. So changes have been made. Things have been recognized. There were questions about what happened, and if there was a mismanagement of funds and things of that nature. I can tell you I asked those questions too, and I went back to the 2018 study. And if you look at estimates for what certain projects would cost, they were millions of dollars off. Some millions of dollars higher, some millions of dollars lower. Either way, it's a problem. Whether it was with the consultant back then or certain staff back then, I don't know because I wasn't in this seat, but changes have been made. So again, we're looking forward. And I hear everybody's concern about we have to keep this from happening again. I couldn't agree more. And I think this council has reflected that as well in the fact that we've asked staff to move forward with an efficiencies audit for utilities. We did that, what, 2 months ago, City Manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think it was in,
It's out to bid right now.
okay, so there you go. So we are taking steps. We hear you guys. I promise you we do. We're trying to make changes now. You have a completely different council. Obviously, I've been here for 2 years, but a completely different council than you've had in the past. And I promise you we are working to get these things changed. But we can't fire $300 million worth of salary to fix our water problems. That's not a thing. It's not a reality. So please, please understand there have to be reasonable steps to move forward. Now, if in 2 years we're here and we see that there could have been efficiencies that came up in our audit and we don't take steps to adopt those recommendations, by all means, raise Cain. Hold us accountable. But we are taking steps to address all of these issues. My other question, when you all were evaluating this plan and looking back at other plans, did you see any red flags as far as a mismanagement in projects and efficiencies? And I only ask because, again, we're looking to fix things moving forward, and this is the only place we can talk about this. Anybody?
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on, the future is always uncertain, right, in terms of the way things go. And so I don't think anybody, and I know you mentioned last meeting that we had that, there was a lack of understanding or planning at 2018, and I'm not arguing that position at all. But what I am saying is that there certainly was an event that was unpredictable and changed the world, quite frankly, changed costs in a very negative way for everything. So while I understand your position and I agree with it that, potentially we should have had these horizon plans for, future growth for facilities that we need in the future, a lot of it came because of a change that was unknown or unforeseen, and nobody could have ever foreseen that. My understanding is that construction costs have gone up. We got hit with 8-9% inflation for a couple years. Construction costs got hit with multiple times that. So things have changed dramatically, and even with a plan, I don't know if they could have accurately predicted this cost at this point in the future, because even if they had identified that, that stuff would have cost $60 million back then or $50 million instead of several hundred million with those changes in costs. So I do think that we need to be proactive in terms of maybe timelining growth in kind of a multi-variable environment where you're saying, okay, what's the worst possible situation? Let's look at what that looks like in terms of a facility and an upgrade capacity situation, and then what's the low case, and then look at the average, but still have thoughts towards, potentially more work that needs to be done and planning in the future for that, you know, in case we start to see stuff shift in terms of growth or changing costs or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, no, you're right. COVID obviously threw a wrench in a lot of things, and it caused a lot of people to come to Florida. So we got-
Absolutely,
we got
that
hit-
was a driver of the growth, right?
Yeah, we got hit with that too. So I appreciate that clarification. I did want to just bring up the fact that with regards to the water being an enterprise fund, and correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but the fees and charges that we collect for water remain within the water enterprise fund, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it covers water, wastewater, reclaim, all of that is in one fund.
And,
It's for the system.
Right, and we have the ability to transfer money from our general fund into our utility fund, correct?
Yes? Yes.
Yes, if you have to.
Right, if we have to, which I don't think we do.
We do not, and as mentioned before, many communities, not the city of Palm Coast, but many communities transfer money from their enterprise fund to their general fund, but we do not do that.
Right. And just, sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
I was going to say, the only money that I know that's come out of the utility going back in time was for Old Kings Road.
The special
That
assessment
was
district.
$5 million, right? That's the only money that's come out.
And we have, out of utilities, we have to pay for their portion of IT, their portion of fleet,
Yes,
things like
city
that.
services.
Yes.
Yes, okay. I am going to Tallahassee, and I will tell you, for all the chagrin out there against our Home Builders Association, they're also going to Tallahassee, and they have taken our talking points for water with them. We have given them a palm card to go to their state representatives and say, as builders, we need water. We all need water. Every single one of us in this room need water. It's not a resident thing, it's not a builder thing, it's not a staff thing, it's not a council thing, it's an all of us thing. We all need water. So I know there's a lot of bad feelings out there for certain industries, and I've been vocal about how I think that, there haven't been enough fees, and there's been an imbalance of growth in this community for a long time, but they are going to be next to us arguing for water to bring to our community. Not roads that none of us asked for, but water. All of us are asking for water. So we've all prioritized that. I think that was all I had, but I appreciate the discussion because, again, these are things that have to be hashed out up here.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Councilman Gambaro?
Nothing else, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that being it, that closes discussion. Ms. Cook, please call the vote. Oh, I'm sorry, restate the motion, and then we'll call the vote.
So the motion was to approve modified plan option A.
We're voting on modified item, or Plan A. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
No.
The motion passes 3-1.
Thank you. With that being said, can we take a 10-minute, everybody good for a 10-minute break? All right, we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes.
get to the financial statements, so really appreciate everything that they did. Also want to thank council for the opportunity to perform the audit again this year. And again, just, being the timing of when we issue the financial statements, so, relatively early compared to peers, this, always like to present this at this time frame. So as I mentioned, the financial statements, one thing I like to remind the council is that these financial statements are your financial statements. However, there are some reports that we included here as auditors. The first report being your audit report in the front of your financial statements. This is where we express our opinions, so really the reliability of the numbers in your financial statements. We do have what's called an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. It's really the best opinion we can provide over a set of financial statements. The second report is the report on internal control and compliance. We are required to review your internal controls with respects to financial reporting and financial statements. And if we identified any issues in those internal controls, we would communicate it in this report. And as you can see, there are no findings in that report either. And then the federal and state single audit report, since the city did have grant expenditures over $750,000 for both state and federal grants, we're required to do some additional testing over those grants. And again, you can see there are no comments related to that testing either. The management letter to the Auditor General, some more required communication, another letter we're required to include in the financial statements. Again, there's an opportunity if we had any additional comments or recommendation that maybe aren't necessarily specifically related to internal controls, but improvements in financial reporting or things of that nature, we would include it in there as well. But as you can see, there are no comments. And then the investment examination report just indicating that the city's in compliance with specific state statutes. We also issue a separate audit report for your CRA as required by the state. And again, you can see here there are no additional comments in that report either. So now kind of focusing more on the numbers, the city does have a fund balance policy in place. It's your note 17. Again, indicating here, and we'll look at some numbers here in a couple of slides, just basically saying that you are in compliance with your fund balance policy. And there is an assessment we're required to do for all municipalities in the state of Florida regarding called the financial condition assessment, where we take basically 20 to 30 different metrics and compare it to similar type entities as well as kind of historically the last 5 years. And there's 3 ratings you can essentially get from that. It's unfavorable, favorable, or inconclusive. Inconclusive is more like average. Unfavorable is really where we would be of concern, and you can see here we don't have that rating. So your general fund, this slide is just showing your fund balance. So again, your general fund is your main operating fund for the city, just kind of showing year to year any significant changes based on kind of the different spending categories. And as you can see, pretty consistent from last year. Slight increase there related to some investment earnings that you all received in 2024 as compared to 2023. I mentioned the fund balance policy. So we do look at the unassigned general fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. You can see that percent this year was, or for FY 2024 was 39%. Again, I mentioned that fund balance policy you all have. So you were above the minimum fund balance policy, but we also look at the GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association, recommends at minimum 2 months or 60 days, which is approximately 16.7%. Think of that as a floor. You don't want to get close to that floor. You want to be above that. Again, we are in Florida. We do have instances of hurricanes and other emergencies. So again, making sure that there's a unassigned fund balance for those types of emergencies. Other governmental funds, so really these are the kind of funds excluding the general fund. Again, just looking at the different spending categories there as well. Biggest change here is the restricted fund balance there related to some of the impact fees you all collect. Your business type funds, so again, this is specifically looking at your unrestricted net position for your proprietary funds. You can see here that you've got the utility, solid waste, stormwater. I know there's a bunch of conversation today about that. But one thing we always like to say with, when we're looking at the numbers, this is half the picture. The other half's beneath the ground, so that infrastructure providing the services to citizens. Again, as we look at this, we want to make sure we're continuing to invest in that. So part of that is looking, hey, what were capital asset additions for FY 2024? Again, looking at the year-end audit, there was approximately $58 million in investment in those capital assets. Some other highlights in review for the year: the Old Kings Road assessment, the special assessment fund that's currently being paid back. That's at about $2.4 million deficit. SRF loans, so there was some additional drawdown there of about $12.5 million. And then there was a subsequent event note, so basically after year end, related to the new stormwater loan of about $18.3 million. And I mentioned the SRF loan, so long-term debt, again, SRF loan, there was the drawdown, but some payback on that, as well as overall long-term debt did decrease about $115,000. And then just highlighting the retirement plans you all have in your financials, note 11, related to your volunteer firefighters and FRS, as well as your defined contribution plan. With that, I will stop and answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the dais? I'm sorry, give us where we stand. We've had this discussion. What is the term again? Helena? What is the term of where we're at as far as financial?
The financial condition assessment, it's inconclusive.
And that means we're good.
Kind of middle of the pack average.
That's where you want to be.
Yes.
That's really where you want to be. Yes, I just wanted to clarify that, Helena. I couldn't remember the name of the term. Okay, from the dais, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just a couple comments. Brendan, thanks for you and Webb for all the work you did. I appreciate the meeting that we had prior to this meeting to kind of go through, in deep detail on these matters. Helena, the bond rating for the city is what?
So we're currently AA stable is our current rating for the water, wastewater, utility revenue bonds.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And in our packet, we have the balance sheet for the city. So for my fellow council members, it's page 41. But overall, total assets for the city is $974,877,559, almost $1 billion in assets. And our net position is $771,112,783. So overall, that balance sheet looks pretty good. Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, there's been a lot of questions about, forensic audit versus this audit and things of that nature. And so in our meeting, I asked a couple questions. So the audit that that was currently executed, Brendan, it's based on statistical sampling, correct? And looking at our policies and procedures.
Correct. Yeah, there was a slide regarding the report we issue with regards to internal controls. So as part of that process, we're required to not only understand it, but walk through and perform a sample of basically whatever that activity is, so utility billing, and test that through the transaction cycle. So yes, there is a statistical sampling on the internal controls, but also substantively. So your balance sheet that you mentioned, we test that as well statistically.
Okay. And then for a forensic audit, what do you consider a forensic audit?
So with regards to the forensic audit, that would be looking at 100% of transactions.
100% of the transactions, okay. Is that pretty labor intensive, and is there a pretty significant cost associated with it?
Yes, generally the forensic audit is somewhat pointed as to an area, just because of the time involved with doing an audit of that magnitude. Again, you would have to scope and determine what that would look like, but if you were to pick, say, the utility fund, which I know you all are discussing, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, all right. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you've reached out to the JLAC, the Joint Legislative Committee Chair, or the auditor, and requesting that, and that would come in through the state auditor. And so these are, just wanted to explain that process.
If the state initiates it.
If the state initiates it, correct.
If we initiate it, we have to pay for it.
Yeah, but I think if they initiate it, if we ask and they initiate, we still have to pay for it, correct?
James,
The forensic audit.
a forensic audit?
Yeah.
So this
It would be called an operational audit.
yeah, so the
Okay.
state, for the JLAC, what they would issue is called an operational audit, so that's a different type of audit. It's not a forensic audit. There are overlap in the sense that it would have a financial aspect to it, but it also looks at operations, policies, and procedures, may look at efficiencies as well. It's more broad. Forensic kind of goes more deep, from my understanding. Again, the operational audit is kind of more widespread with regards to the city. So a lot of, not just finance and accounting, but other departments would be included in that as well.
It's more like a risk assessment. When
Okay.
when I used to do risk assessments, that's basically what it is.
Okay.
It all depends on what the scope and who you have inspecting what areas.
Okay. Brendan, during the course of your audit, did you find anything that gave you pause at all? Any malfeasance, anything that you thought to be, out of the norm in any of our funds?
No, and we are required, again, as part of our procedures, we're required to have professional skepticism, and if there are items or issues that come up, we're required to, ultimately, we report to you all. So
Right.
we're required to communicate any types of findings with regards to fraud, waste, or abuse. Again, we would be required to not only communicate it to you all, but also the state.
Okay, thank you. And Helena, thank you and your team for everything you do to help run this city. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions and comments that I had.
Especially you, Shannon. Thank you so much. Councilman Miller, you got anything?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just kind of jumping onto we're talking about sampling and transactions and trying to understand what you guys looked at from a standpoint of the audit. My understanding is that because you're operating from a space of professional skepticism, that the data given to you was not necessarily given to you. You were given full read access to our financials, all the transactions, and then you could look wherever you wanted to based on that sampling, right?
Correct. So that's not always the case for external audits. We don't always have read-only access. So I would say that's another layer of transparency that we receive. So we have direct access versus, potentially the risk of a report getting run and modified and provided to us.
Right, right. So you're not relying on data being given to you. You have access to it without restriction. The other thing, there's some sections in there that say no comments. I just wanted to kind of expand on that. So what does that mean when you have no comments? There's no findings of anything wrong. Is that what that means, or?
Yeah. So there's you all saw there's quite a bit of reports that we issue, and again, there's different areas that we can provide feedback, comments, internal control, what we call material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So that there's different mechanisms to provide what, again, kind of that feedback. But again, ultimately, we're reporting to you all. So part of that, specifically the internal controls and compliance report, that's where we really want to be able to formally communicate, hey, these are the issues we've identified. And again, we take a risk-based approach, so as the mayor kind of mentioned. So we develop an audit plan, execute the audit. Again, there's statistical sampling involved, and we're trying to review, all the financial statements to provide, again, that feedback. So if there were issues that were to come up, we would definitely provide that to you all.
So essentially what no comments means is that you found nothing that we're doing improperly, that you have no suggestions for changing of procedures or policies to control those issues.
Correct.
Okay. I have a couple more. And we mentioned inconclusive and how that kind of feels bad on its face, but during our meeting, you kind of described it as that's not the case, that really inconclusive is what you see on a broad spectrum in terms of people that are running their finances good and well. And so I just wanted to make sure that was, in the public forum, that doesn't lead to people making assumptions about the findings of this audit.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, one of the reports, the management letter to the Auditor General, there's a specific section where we address that. So again, if it was unfavorable, we would be required to communicate that to you all. So again, not just to you, but also the state.
And then just to touch on, we were talking about the operating balance, and so the general recommendation is to stay above, or the requirement is to stay above a minimum of 16.67%.
2 months.
Yeah, so that constitutes about 2 months, and we're at 39%, so we're somewhere between 4 and 5 months of our operating budget, right? So that appears to be in a good spot, that in case there was any emergency, we'd be able to handle that and weather that storm as we get through.
Yeah, and again, as I kind of mentioned, the 2 months is a floor. You don't want to be, we wouldn't recommend being at the 2-month threshold. Think of that as, hey, the Government Finance Officers Association is saying, hey, this is kind of the minimum
Bare
of what we
minimum.
would want you to
Okay.
see.
And then just as a comparison, you know, you don't have to name any cities' names or anything like that, but how do we stack up in comparison to other cities when you guys do these audits for other cities?
Yeah, so again, we do, you know, over 40 municipalities, 12 counties, a bunch of special districts. I would say generally we have at least 1 or 2 comments in the reports. And then the statutory requirement to issue financial statements is June 30th. You all are well earlier. You also do get a certificate from the GFOA. You know, again, kind of requiring the early issuance for that March 31st. And then there's other kind of items that you all are doing in addition to what you have to do. So you're kind of going above and beyond what's required by the state as far as issuing and again, getting audited for that purpose.
And I guess my final question is, can you talk about oversight? So obviously, the audit is a form of oversight over our finances. Is there oversight over your performance of the audit as well?
Yeah, so, you know, internally we have review and oversight. So there's not only kind of the team doing the audit, but there's multiple levels of partner review as well as kind of an additional partner outside of the audit altogether. And then internally as a firm, we're required to go through different levels of review, including what's called a peer review that happens once every 3 years. So an outside firm comes in and basically audits us to make sure we're in compliance with standards. And then internally we do kind of on the off years internal inspections. So again, another set of eyes that's not involved in the audit to kind of make sure, again, we're meeting the standards and requirements that we need to be independent and performing an audit so you can rely on the numbers.
So essentially, we're double checking the people checking us, right? So.
Yeah, we've got a lot of checks.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, staff, and to the consultant. Again, you all do a great job every year, so appreciate your work. I had a couple questions on the fund balance. So if we go to page, well, it's 89 in the packet, but it says 43 of your slide, where it says general fund. Yeah, this one. So I just had a couple questions between this page and the next page, just so that we make sure we understand exactly what all of these figures mean. So for this, where it says general fund unassigned fund balance is $22,309,000. What, is that the total in our fund balance right now for general fund?
No, those are the unassigned dollars. So essentially, we've got kind of the different buckets of non-spendable, restricted, committed. Unassigned and assigned are basically, you know, they don't have strings tied to those. So they're not for specific use. So either external restrictions or internal ordinances or resolutions or things of that nature.
Okay, so the total fund balance right now is $29 million.
Correct. As of 9/30/2024.
Yes, as of that date.
Correct, yes. Okay. Now, if you could pop back to that other slide. So does that 29 million represent 39%?
No, so that percentage is specifically to the unassigned fund balance.
Okay, so that is only for the 22, the 39%?
Correct.
Got it, okay. What is 16%? What dollar figure is that? Do we know?
Who's the mathematician?
I'd have to run that number for you, but I will.
Okay, what I'm getting at is, you know, we have budget coming up, we have SAP coming up, so just keep it in the back of our heads. We don't want to be at 16.67%. We don't even want to be at 20%. But, you know, we want to try to keep property taxes low as we've been able to do the last several years, or last few years. So as we look at these numbers, just keep this in mind that we don't want to drop to the minimum, right? We want to be healthy and safe, because we can incur natural disasters that even though we get FEMA money, we have to front a lot of that money and then unfortunately wait a long time to get it back. But let's just keep this in mind. What's that?
9.15 million.
Is 16.6?
About,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
Rough
thank you.
math.
Awesome, thank you. So just keep that in mind as we go into budget, we go into SAP, you know, what this fund balance is, and, you know, if there are, we know we've got some pretty big expenses coming down the pipeline, asks from different departments. So let's just keep these in mind as we go down that process and look at keeping our property taxes low.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing else from the dais? Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
We need public comment, sorry.
I know. No further comment from the dais. We'll open it.
If I could just be helpful, there's a QR code at the table where the media is sitting, and it has all of this information in the backup of the packet, including the annual comprehensive financial report. And also, we have a financial transparency dashboard on our website where this information will also be located. So, and we will update it once council adopts and approves the annual comprehensive financial report.
So there's roughly 200 pages of information there, so.
Yep. Thank you, City
Feel like
Manager.
diving through.
Someone remind me from now on to tell everybody they can scan that QR code when they come into the meeting. Nothing else from the dais. Open this up for public comment. Yes, ma'am.
My previous question was, how much does the city still own for anything that the city still has to pay back?
Thank you, ma'am. Wow, she disappeared on me. I looked down. I think our total debt we're carrying right now is like 155 million, right, City Manager?
Heard that number said before.
That's in your water and wastewater fund specifically.
Okay. That's our debt. Yes, ma'am. Our biggest.
Marilyn Mack, 15 years in the F section. The thing I forgot to mention in the last thing, but it's pertinent to this. Where and who is pursuing the $120 million plus interest the developer owes us for the West End expansion, where we paid for the infrastructure and he was supposed to pay for it and agreed to pay for it in 2010?
Thank you, Miss.
Blank faces.
Was that it, Miss Mack? Was that it?
Yep, Mack, M-A-C-K.
No, I'm just asking if that was it. Were you done or you?
No, I have more.
Okay, we'll try to answer after you finish.
Then you guys also have about $6 million in reserves. If I'm remembering right, I think it's 6 million, but you have to leave 2 in. So there's 4 million, okay? And there's 120 plus interest, million. Remember, the developers are millionaires, not us. Okay, and then there was an article in, on Facebook. I don't remember who did it, but you guys talked about it. It was Mayor Mike and Teresa. $486 million worth of future revenue. There's your money for the water issue, right there. But you all don't know about it. I think the water department and everything should be sold, because obviously this city doesn't know how to manage it. And these audits where you guys hired the auditor, why don't we have an internal auditor? Why don't we have an internal city manager? Why don't we have an internal attorney? Do you all know that we have 3 to 4 separate hired by solicitation attorney firms that get paid $30,000 a month plus expenses? Why do we need that much legal representation? And why don't we have just one legal attorney on staff, like a normal city would have? Oh, but you guys can't cut back anywhere. Wrong answer.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Yes, ma'am.
Just a suggestion. How about if we take our water bill and make it a true water bill? Take off maybe leave the trash on, because that can't be messed with. Swales, maintenance, all this other stuff, take away. This way, if I get like my water bill from another county is $60, and that's with trash. I know what I'm paying. Now, if my city over there said, well, you know, we got to raise the bill $10, okay, $70 I'll be paying for my water bill. At least I know, you know, that when they get grants or funding for the water department, and there is no streets and sanitation or no swales that can dip into the money that is for the water. I think our problem is that we have the funds for our water department, but all these other swales and everything else gets to dip into our water department funds and use it for that because it's all kind of clumped into one. So we need a separate water bill, just to show us our water rates and our water bill. Take off everything else. Do it like it used to be back in the day. You know, bill it on the taxes, so all these people who have the empty lots and everything else, you know, from what I see on my property taxes, I'm getting billed, and then on my water bill, I'm getting billed for swale and different maintenances. Well, that's double dipping. Just put it all on the tax bill. People with empty lots are gonna have to pay what we're paying. The developers look at how much water these apartment buildings use. Okay, I called up one of the apartment buildings and they says, well, our basic water bill is like $40 a month. Well, and I talked to some residents, well, some of them have third-party meters inside these buildings, so they're making the extra money. Instead of these third parties, why isn't the city of Palm Coast putting meters in for each one of these apartments and make the money instead of the builder or the, what do you call it, the apartment building owner? You know, there's so many different ways we can get our water fixed. It's just that everybody don't want to step on nobody's toes. And everybody's afraid of hurting somebody's feelings. We have to do something, and I think the main thing is get us a true water bill. Take all the fluff out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Rose Chimicero, resident of Palm Coast. This gentleman who came up here, who did an audit and was paid to do this audit, why did he not find this money that I spoke about, and I gave the wrong number, and then somebody came forward and talked about more money? I don't understand. If he did an audit, shouldn't this have been found and taken care of? I don't understand this. So you had a professional auditor come, but yet this money still is not accounted for. Isn't the auditor supposed to find that? That's my question to you guys. I mean, I don't get it. So he talked about a forensic audit. Yes, I understand that it's, I guess, state, whatever, but something's got to give with the money. You guys are not transparent enough, and even the auditor's not transparent enough, and money's still missing. So my question is, where's the money?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone? Yes, Ms. Perkins.
Are we allowed to ask the auditor a question?
Well, you can ask the question. He can
Oh,
answer.
okay,
He'll
so-
answer it after the comment.
I mean, it was really cute, some of the questions you guys were asking him about forensic audits and about this audit. Anybody who's been through an audit for a company knows that they take a sampling. That's what they're supposed to do. And it's statistical. They look at it and, you know, extrapolate and make sure everything's kosher, which I'm sure it is. And nobody's saying that somebody here is stealing money or spending money on something that shouldn't be spent on necessarily. We're talking about mismanagement. We are, you know, I ran a electrical company, power testing for a huge grid, but even for a house, something as simple as that, your main power, say it's a 200 amp breaker, when you wire stuff in, you don't go over 80% of that. If I call and have somebody add more outlets and everything, that electrician had better make sure we don't go over 80% on the load, or we're gonna have some problems. Does that audit show why we got to 100% on the water capacity? Why we got here? No, it's not going to show that. They're only talking about accounting expenditures and income and making sure that's done with the policies and compliance. People signed off. They had a bill for the receipt, all of those things. They're not looking at Who approved to keep building? And that's the type of audit we want, okay? And I don't care if it's $100,000, I don't care if it's $500,000 for that audit. I want to know the answer. We all deserve to know the answer. I'm sorry, we don't have a brigadier general income here. We're all like warrant officers or below, perhaps, I don't know. But we deserve the answer to find out what happened. Where was this mismanagement? Okay, somebody kept approving. Somebody kept approving. Were they being strong-armed by somebody higher up? Being forced to do it? Is that what happened with Amanda Reese, because she was speaking out? Oh, we got to get rid of her? What happened? Her letter was damning, and I can't believe nothing has been done yet. I cannot believe nothing has been done yet. Somebody was trying to strong-arm her into going with the flow, and she wasn't doing it. So we all do understand the difference between forensic audit, performance audit, regular audit. These gentlemen performed a regular audit. I would hope the city can at least pass that, and they did. So your cute little questions do not take it off of our minds not wanting an audit. We still want that audit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else with a public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, do you know anything about the city fronting money for, I'm assuming she was talking about Matanzas Woods and stuff like that. Did that happen that you know of as far as the developers?
Well, the DRIs have not been activated, sir, so there's no requirement to initiate any type of infrastructure until a DRI has been activated.
Okay. All right, I just want to clear that up. Anyone else have any more questions, any follow-ups to what's been stated?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we just had a conversation where multiple times we've been accused of losing or stealing money or misusing it, and then the goalpost shifts to, well, we're not asking for that type of audit. That's exactly what has been happening every week for months and probably years. So, it feels to me that we can present factual data about audits and it will never be accepted as truth. So if that's the case, then that's the case. So.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, there was also mentioned earlier to me outside about funds for like the North End, Belterre and all that stuff was tied to enterprise funds. Is there any bonds that are tied to that enterprise funds for expansion up north on Belterre?
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor. I would have to look into that. I'm not aware.
If you could, I would appreciate it. Anything else? You got anything, Vice Mayor?
Just really quickly, if there are certain line items in any of the budgets, the budget sheets, anything as far as, actual financial numbers for something that anybody has questions about, please email them to me because I've been in the financial sheets. We are doing the audit on efficiencies, operational efficiencies, but as far as actual monies are concerned that are allegedly missing, if we don't know specifics, then I can't look into it. So I'm happy to look into it. I'm happy to scratch surfaces and try to figure things out. But I got to know what to look for, or I guess look at. So happy for anybody to email that to me, and we can search diligently for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anything else from you, Councilman Gambaro?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cook, could you read the ordinance and call the vote again, please?
Yes, it is Resolution 2025 accepting the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024.
Thank you, sir. Call the vote, Ms. Cook.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes,
The
thank you,
motion
ma'am.
passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, item H, number 5, I'm sorry. City Attorney, please read it.
Resolution 2025 approving the cultural arts grants for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
Okay, City Manager, what was the guidance from the last meeting we had concerning this?
Thank you, Mayor. Per your direction, I met with Mr. Jay Shear and Miss Nancy Crouch, who is here in front of you today. We discussed the Cultural Art Grant Program. We also discussed adding an additional time period for additional grants to come forward. Those that may had not had the opportunity to apply would have another round, which is very similar to how the city has conducted this grant opportunity in the past. And we reviewed the grants that we're going to see here before you today, and many of them are previous grant awardees that the city has recognized year over year. And that was the discussion from that council meeting. And just to give you a little background of information on this particular grant program, the city established it back in, I believe, 2009. And then from 2009 until last year, it was either performed by the city's Leisure Services Advisory Committee, and then when that committee was sunsetted in 2019, it became staff's responsibility to organize the grant program and distribute the funds pending city council's approval. Really puts staff in a very tough predicament whenever we're looking at the various groups and allocating funding. So in speaking with Ms. Crouch and the mission of FC3 that aligned with your strategic action plan priority that was adopted, we worked together to create an agreement that was adopted by City Council for FC3 to manage the city's cultural art program. Similar guidelines that had been established back in 2009. And then there was a larger pot of funding this year than had ever been before. So that's just a little bit of background on the program and your previous direction.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started, City Attorney, did you look into the contract and the bylaws of the FC3?
I did look at the bylaws. I do not have the contract in front of me, but it's a general contract of what Ms. Johnson said. That
Okay,
they do that agreement.
Well, Ms. Crouch, could you please tell us who the voting members on the board are?
Who the voting members, yes. Myself,
Okay, you got it on slide, good,
Yeah.
thank you.
everyone up there on the board of directors
Everyone on the board of directors
Yes.
is a voting
is a
member.
voting member.
And their bylaws, as far as, did you look at that? As far as the one specific line about being members of political organizations? Was that, or was it in the contract?
I did not see it in the bylaws. I have them up so I can look at them while they get the presentation.
Okay.
Give them quick.
Did you have a chance to look at that too, Vice Mayor? Did you look at the contract and the bylaws for the FC3?
To see, specifically to see whether or not any member of the board of directors could also be a part of a political organization?
Yeah, well, I read it's either in the contract or in their bylaws that they can't be members of political organizations.
So the way I read that is that they can't be, and I could be wrong in my interpretation, but the way that I understood the requirement is that they cannot be, like, a voting member cannot be a member of city council, cannot be a member of board of county commissioners. When you say political organization, what do you mean?
That's correct.
I mean, like the
That is
Republican
correct.
Executive Committee or the
I see.
Democrat
Okay.
Republican Executive Committee?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tiger Bay Club?
I don't. I would, okay. So
Tiger-
then we're getting into whether or not that's considered a
Well,
political
Well, it is considered a
organization.
political organization. That's why I'm asking.
Well, that's my question is, how do we define those things? So I don't know.
That's for the attorney to determine, but that's what I'm getting at, Ms. Crouch, is if the bylaws say that you can't be in a political, you can't be on the board and be a member of a political organization, that's what we have to go by.
These are representatives, they don't have voting privileges, the
Say again,
appointees.
no, I'm not talking about the electeds. I'm
Okay.
not talking about the electeds. I'm talking about the board of directors. If you could run that to ground,
Okay, there are none.
Mr. Duffy, I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager, for providing that history. It saves me a few minutes. So I would like to, however, since many of you are new to the council before this agreement came about, talk a little bit about our organization, because you might not know who we are or what we're set out to do. The Flagler County Cultural Council accomplishments in the last couple of years First of all, has been designated by the Board of County Commissioners as a local arts agency for Flagler County. That just means that we can draw more national grant funds to our community by being a local arts agency. We participated in the Americans for the Arts and Economic Prosperity Study. This is just Flagler County. This is a nationwide study, and this is the results of just Flagler County. I won't go through all this with you, but there is a portion of this that I think you should know. The worthiness of these organizations that put on programs and events for our community. Arts and Economic is an economic and social impact study of the nonprofit arts and culture industry. In Flagler County, the sector generated $4.7 million in economic activity during 2022. $2.8 million in spending by arts and culture organizations, and an additional $1.9 million in event-related expenditures by their audiences. That economic activity supported 90 jobs, provided $4.9 million in personal income to residents, and generated $1.7 million in tax revenue to local, state, and federal governments. So let's be reminded here that arts and culture drives commerce to local businesses. When people attend a cultural event, they often make an outing of it, dining at a restaurant, paying for parking or public transportation, enjoying dessert after the show, and returning home to pay for child or pet care. Overall, in Flagler County, attendees spend $38.29 person per event beyond the cost of admission. These dollars represent vital income for local merchants and the value add, which few industries can compare. So that's just a couple little snippets out of this entire set of data, which I would love to share with you one-on-one if you would like. In addition to that, we secured $50,000 to Flagler County graduating high school seniors for scholarships. We gave five $5,000 scholarships away last year. We are going to do it again this year. We wanted our awards to be substantial. We are giving our awards to students pursuing a career in arts and culture, career industry-based professions. We have an application pending right now for the 2026 Local Arts Agency grant through the state of Florida. We created a strategic plan. Last year, we spent a good amount. These are all volunteers, mind you, okay? We're all volunteers. A good deal of time creating a strategic plan, okay? That took up a big part of our year last year. And in so doing, discussions went underway to coordinate a mural project for Bunnell. Discussions are underway with Daytona State College on an oral history project. We hosted a high school photography contest at Creekside Festival for 2023 and 2024, and we'll likely do it again this year. Because of this grant, we invested our own funds into this online grant application platform called Submittable. $5,500 to invest in this fund for these grants, and future grants. We want it to be a professional, streamlined way of people going online and applying for the grants. We manage the public art turtle trail. I'm sure you're all aware of that. And just as an FYI, in May, we're going to dedicate our next turtle, our Vermeer turtle, so keep a lookout for that. We partnered with the Flagler County Education Foundation on the Great Minds Summer Program at the Carver Center. That had to do with the turtle program. They took their summer program kids on school trips, and they would go out and look at the turtles out on the various public sites, have lunch, talk about the turtle, and then go back into school and do little programs and create projects as a result of those turtle visits. And as a result, we collaborated with Flagler County School District on adding the turtle trail to the academic curriculum. So now it's part of Old Kings Elementary School academic curriculum, as they are part of the marine sciences programs. In addition, we are publishing a book on the turtle trail, which should be coming out after this last turtle is dedicated. So probably in early fall, we will have our first book of the turtle trail. and maybe an accompanying coloring book, an activity book that goes with the kids. That's also been discussed. And in addition to that, we host a spring and a fall arts festivals. Now, the next one's May 17th, and then the one after that is November 8th. So we're not really stagnant. We're really quite busy out there. And like I said, we're volunteers. But I would like to get back to the strategic plan. It took us months. Like I said, we've got lots of info here that's going to help guide our priorities for the coming years. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on is advocacy, collaboration, and support of all of our arts, history, and cultural organizations in the community. And our strategic priorities, maintain agreement with local and state officials, would be the trusted source for information, resources, promotion of the arts and humanities in Flagler County, establish a granting program, provide promotional and marketing support, and award scholarships and sponsorships for arts and humanities education. Those three are our major pillars, and everything that we do has to fall under one of those three pillars. So moving on to the grant. Last summer, the City Council workshop, Lauren just touched on this, met and discussed alternative funding for the arts, culture, history programs. I won't go into too much of this as she just did, but in December, FC3 purchased the subscription and submittable, as I mentioned, and we designated one board member, acted as the coordinator for the program to review and confirm receipt of all submissions and offered technical support assistance to all applicants. She was the most experienced working and being a reviewer for state grants and having, along with me, submitted multiple grants in our life. All applicants attended a meeting March 7th and were provided the opportunity to answer questions from the reviewers about their application and provide feedback regarding the process. All scores were calculated and will be calculated and presented to the city today. Now, if you'd like to know what the scoring criteria was, I can go over that as well. I don't know how much in depth you want me to get into this, but this was the scoring criteria and the points in which the grants, this was very rigorous. And I understand that there was a small time frame, well, not necessarily small, but an adequate time frame for grants to be applied for. We reached that milestone. We had 13 grant applications, which was, I think, more than the city had last year. It didn't, what the crunch was, the reviewers were the ones that were really under the crunch because they had a week in which to review all those applicants, 15 applications. So anyway, the project has high
Ms. Crouch,
merit.
can I stop you for a second? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
When did the application process start? When did it open, I should say?
February 1st, I think.
Okay, can you go back to this slide that provided the timeline? So it says the final agreement for administration of cultural art grant program was fully executed on November 22nd, 2024, right?
That is correct.
Why did the application not open until February 1st?
Because we then had to create the guidelines. We weren't going to do any of that until we had a formal agreement with the city. We created the grant guidelines, pretty much similar to the cities, but and then we wanted to go back to our board and then get the submittable, so we did that in December.
Okay, so I would assume now that you
Then
have...
we spent the whole time organizing all the formatting, and getting it all submitted into the submittable program so we can get it logistically out there.
And then how long was the application process open? February 1st to what?
The 28th,
February 28th?
Yeah, end of February.
Yeah, so respectfully, I don't think that's a very long time, particularly for people who may not know about this grant. You're in this world all the time, all day, every day. This is your thing.
Yeah, we reached out to all the organizations in the community and, pretty much knew what's going on.
Okay, well, here's my point. It's taxpayer dollars, and we're the one to issue those taxpayer dollars. So I would appreciate if now you all have the guidelines, you have the criteria, you have it all set. So I would assume that this application process will be open sooner than February 1st.
Yes, it will. We lost a quarter. You're right. Right, absolutely. It'll be much sooner.
Okay, perfect. So
Moving
then-
forward.
So this is a non-issue moving forward? Because I
Absolutely.
understand there was a lot
Non-issue
of.
moving forward.
Okay, there was a lot of, at the last meeting, there was some outcry on the short period of time, which I assume now will be a non-issue moving forward. My other question was with regards to the time period of April 1st to December 31st. Is there a reason that time period is
Well, we
fixed?
thought we lost a whole quarter. That's why.
Okay.
But most of the programs and events are being done well before that.
Gotcha, okay, because I was thinking, usually we do have a lot of events in March, so it might allow for more applications if we do open it up from March 1st to December 31st, so we don't preclude a lot of people.
We'll
Okay,
definitely be able to
perfect.
do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. One of the issues was in most nonprofits, they have to go through the board of directors. They have to go through a process to say, okay, this is the event we're going to do. They have to get that approval, and that's a bit time consuming. So you need to add time for those people to be able to meet those thresholds to do what they're supposed to be doing legally under their
We will take that into, yes, of course, moving forward.
that was a short, like a month. That might not be enough time for most people, but and we know this is all.
We were really thrilled to see the number of applicants that we had.
Yeah, we know that this is just getting
Yeah,
started
exactly.
and just start getting the contract, and the contract was signed when, city manager?
November.
So it was like, it's like we're on a time crunch, but
Right.
just so the nonprofits are aware of it moving forward. We don't want those complaints and
And
misunderstandings.
neither do we.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can I?
sir.
I just, for clarity's sake, this month or this year is February, right? So what does that look like next year? Is it November to February? Is it like, what would be the proposed dates going forward in terms of application period so that, we have a good feeling?
I think we can open it up really early,
Yeah.
as early as possible.
Well, the sooner after we pass the budget and
budget, yeah.
allocate the
Right
funds,
after
the
this
better.
budget, right after the budget is passed, we
That's
can open it up.
That'd be the best
That's
way
what
to
I'd
do
like
it.
to do.
Yeah,
Best way
agreed,
to do it.
agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am, you can continue on.
Do you want me to continue with the scoring?
Well, I would like to ask a
I mean, you have
question.
it.
There was some discussion about people receiving extra points for being members of the FC3.
No, that didn't happen.
That doesn't, okay, I just
No.
wanted to verify. Okay,
No.
thank you, ma'am.
It was discussed. I mean, a lot of things were discussed in prior meetings.
Well, if it's.
And that was one of the things that was discussed.
Yeah, if you're just getting something going, I understand, you run into some hiccups and stuff, but as long as that's not the case, I'm happy with that.
Mm-hmm. No, it is not the case.
Mr. Mayor, so I do have an update for your question
Yes,
about
yes,
political
sir.
activities. So in their bylaws, under Article 4, prohibited activities, it says the corporation, so that's FC3 as a whole, shall not support partisan organizations, politicians, or candidates for political office. That's the corporation, not the individual person in their individual capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Can't dedicate funds to.
Yeah, well, you don't want there to be even an appearance of something wrong.
Oh, I know, I agree.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
Okay, so now the good news.
There's good news in
There's
this
good
city hall.
news. I know.
Wow, okay.
These are the organizations, so worthy, and I'm so thrilled to get to know them even better during this whole process. These organizations are, and we kind of rank them from the top score, which is 105, down to the bottom. And when I read your names, our cultural leaders, would you please stand? Because I'm really proud that you're here, and I'm really proud that we're able to help fund you. The Flagler Auditorium Governing Board, the City Repertory Theater, Palm Coast Music Festival, African American Cultural Society, Hispanic American Cultural Society, Community Chorus of Palm Coast, City Lights, Flagler Education Foundation, Flagler Performing Arts Academy, Kids Rock the Nation, the Garden Club of Palm Coast. We had one grant that didn't really fit the criteria, the scope of the grant process, and they didn't meet that minimum threshold of 80 points on the scoring. Unfortunately, I do encourage them to come back next year with a better laid out plan on how they can fit into the Arts and Culture grant. And the Flagler County Historical Society withdrew their application like 2 days before the review process. So anyway, I'd like to thank all of you for your submissions. So we're recommending 11 for funding, 1 not recommended, as I mentioned, and 1 application withdrew. The total funding request is $89,094. And if you want, we can go through what the purpose of their grants are. And I would like to do that, actually, for the record.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
The African American Cultural Society has this robust, year-long plan. They have executed a robust calendar of programs that celebrate African American heritage, artistic contributions, and community engagement. These initiatives include music, theater, health and wellness education, historical commemorations, and special exhibitions. The grant will enable AACS to sustain and expand these programs, making them more accessible to diverse audiences, including underserved communities in Flagler County. Their score was 100.3, and their funding request is $9,000. City Lights is to produce City Lights, Inc., Motown, and Mo Show. The show is an onstage reenactment and theatrical performance of music and artists from the Motown era and more. The music and artists of the Motown era is a significant part of art, history, and culture. The cast and crew are a diverse group of people in the community, from teenagers through adults in their late 70s. No other group in Flagler County provides this type of opportunity or entertainment. Their score was 95.5, and their funding request $5,000.
How long have they been around, Ms. Crouch?
City Lights has been around for a few years.
Where do they do most of their performance?
Right here, right, where, City Lights there? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch
Here
that.
in Palm Coast.
Oh, I'm saying where at in the city? They rent facilities?
Yeah,
to do it?
usually,
Okay.
yeah, they move them around, they rent whatever
They used to
facilities
rent
are.
the community center for their
Right, and then,
practices.
right, exactly.
That's one of the biggest costs is just being able to get a
Exactly.
facility. Yes, ma'am, go
That's
right
for
ahead.
sure. City Repertory Theater, their grant monies received will be used to underwrite artists' fees for directors and choreographers, as well as provide stipends for actors, musicians, and technicians who work on the productions and to offset the cost of production. Their panel score was 104.3, and their funding request $7,363. They've been around for many years. Community Chorus of Palm Coast, I know you're here. The concerts feature audience participation to join the chorus and sing familiar songs on an even larger choir. This is a beautiful organization. It's a rare opportunity to sing in a group of between 300 and 400 singers, and most audience participations really appreciate and enjoy it. They usually perform at the Trinity, is that right? Presbyterian
Yes,
Church?
ma'am.
Right. So anyway, their concerts are amazing. I hope you all have an opportunity to attend. Their average panel score is 95.8, and the funding request is $6,293.
They're super, well, I've been to quite a few of their shows.
It's beautiful,
Christmas and 4th of July for sure.
right?
Make sure you invite me.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the date? April, okay, there you go. The Flagler Auditorium Governing Board, Amy's here, and she got the best score out of everyone. I have to-
Way to go, where's she at? There, you know how to do it, don't you?
She's a little well versed
We
on
need a
grant
grant
writing.
writer, you need to come work for us in the city.
They're seeking funds and assistance with the shows for April, May, and June at the Fitzgerald Auditorium. We've all been there. We all see what is done there, performed there. I don't think there's any question that these funds will really help their assistance with artists and performances fees for Uptown Motown, the Dallas String Quartet, and the Olivia Show.
So is the parking lot squared away now? It's straight, they finished everything out there? I can't
Yeah.
remember the last
It
show.
kind of makes sense now.
It's wonderful. And we're making more improvements.
Yes, ma'am.
The Flagler County Education Foundation, the Josh Cruz Writing Project is a really interesting and fun project. It involves so many students across the county. Writing clubs, fostering creativity, literacy, and self-expression. Students in grades 4 through 12 develop writing skills on these weekly club meetings, and and dedicated educators that are there to help them, and the club sponsors. Each year, top student submissions are published in an annual anthology celebrated at 2 major events. What I'm excited about is their book launch. Their book launch in April. All these writings from these 4th graders to 12th graders, all these really beautiful stories that they write about will be in a book, and they get to write their own book. So a student book signing for family, friends, and the community. I think it's a wonderful project to participate in, and their average score was 95, and the funding request is $15,000.
So just to jump in here for Josh Cruz, I knew Josh Cruz personally, and this is a great cause. The Ed Foundation does a great job with this. There's multiple events to raise money, but obviously the programs that they put forward for students is very important. My daughter participates in a writing club after school that's funded by the Ed Foundation for Josh Cruz writing project as well. So they're out there in the community every day advocating for reading and writing with our students. So just wanted to get that plug in there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Flagler Performing Arts Academy, a 3-week summer intensive musical theater experience led by professional performers and teachers designed for students ages 8 through 18. Guides participants through an entire production process from auditions to performances covering acting, singing, dancing, theater, etiquette, and more. They provide a safe environment for young performers to help develop their talents, build confidence, and bring fantastic productions to a live stage. I don't know if you've ever actually gone to one of their performances at the end of the summer once they work so hard on. And it's really mind-boggling to see these young kids. And they learn everything along the way. So it's really a great exercise in theater experience. Their score was 94.5, and the funding request is $4,000. The Garden Club of Palm Coast has been around for 12 years. Well, the 12th annual Spring Festival and Plant Sale, a vibrant celebration of gardening, nature, and community, is going on right around the corner in April at the high school. Their creativity, in addition to the plant sale, they have local crafts, live music, delicious food trucks, making this a perfect springtime outing for all ages. Whether you're a seasoned gardener or just starting out, this event is the perfect opportunity to find inspiration and bring home something special for your landscape. If you've ever gone to one of those festivals, you see I've never seen gardening be so amazing creative. So, and it's really a wonderful thing for the community. Their score was 89.3, and their funding request is just $2,635 to help offset some of those expenses. The Hispanic American Cultural Society was really a great, also really a great application as well. I believe they're here as well. They wanted to put on a big Hispanic festival with vendors in different Hispanic countries and arts and craft vendors, while a DJ and some local bands play. It's going to be a big festival over in St. John's Plaza, I believe he said. He's here, yeah, St. John's Plaza. So they're going to promote Hispanic culture, heritage, and language, and seek out necessities by acting and engaging in sectors of the Hispanic community. And so they need the resources in which to help pull off this major festival for them. Their panel score was 97.5, and the funding request is $4,803. Kids Rock the Nation.
Ma'am, just
Yes.
real quick.
Yes.
When is the festival planned for? I think it's end of May timeframe?
It is May.
May 31st. Okay, thank you.
May 31st. Kids Rock the Nation is celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. I don't know if you know Anthony or not, but he does amazing jobs in the community by finding funds and providing free instruments to children pursuing musical careers, or not necessarily a career, but just wanting to learn a musical instrument. This year, they're organizing the 10th anniversary event in August, featuring local musicians and professional bands playing between the kids' performances. The dates chosen are significant since these were the dates of the first Woodstock. Like Woodstock, most of the performers will be unknown, who may rise to stardom. 32 acts performed at Woodstock, and we hope to have the same number. However, these will be students we have served. This event will be done in partnership with the Kiwanis Club. So that's going to be a fun event. The average score is 89.8, and their funding request is $5,000. And then we have the Palm Coast Music Festival. Now entering its 7th year, they provide a unique musical event with incredibly talented songwriters and performers who also educate the attendees on the art of songwriting for our local citizens and to make Palm Coast and the Flagler Beaches a destination for years to come for visitors across the United States and multiple cities. Planning to have over 45 hit songwriters with over 175 #1 songs to their credit, along with hundreds more charted hits. These shows will include a kickoff show April 30th to celebrate the recent renovations to the Daytona State College Palm Coast Amphitheater. And a portion of the ticket proceeds for that evening will go to the Flagler County Education Foundation to support scholarships to Daytona State College. I know Gary's here, and I, for one, can say I've gone to this every year also, and it grows and grows and grows. It's really almost outgrowing, it seems. They've got so many more people coming now. I think the first year they might have had a dozen songwriters coming. Now they've got 45. You know, everybody wants to come to Palm Coast now for the Songwriters Festival. He also had a very, very high score, 102.3, and their funding request is $15,000.
And can you break down kind of what does that $15,000 go towards?
Musicians, transportation.
Oh, paying their lodging.
Lodging.
And, getting them here.
Right,
to
there's
perform.
45 musicians they're bringing here.
Okay.
You know, it's not, you know, an inexpensive event to pull
Yeah,
off.
I get
You
it.
know. And then we spoke about the Yes, You're Invited, which, you know, sadly, they didn't reach the 880 minimum score. But again, are encouraged to come back next year, broadening their scope for the arts and culture. And then the Flagler County Historical Society application was withdrawn. So having said all that.
And you're gonna, what is it, another additional $11,000?
Just shy of $11,000, I think.
And are you working with?
Now, if you would like, we can reopen the grant for that $10,000+ and give out some small mini grants.
Are you working with the Palm Coast Historic Society to try to help them out?
We can if they ask us for it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is it open or not? Is it still open, or can you reopen it?
Well, we could reopen it. It's closed right now, but we can reopen it if you give us the permission to move forward and pull out these little smaller grants of $2,500 each, or.
Okay, because I didn't see Palm Coast Historic Society was not on that list, and I'd like to help them out if we can in some way. So if you could work.
So if you would like us to reopen the grant to fill in that gap of $10,000, whatever dollars it is, we'd be happy to do that.
All these have to be tied to an event though, right?
Or a program, a program.
And
Yeah.
it is a reimbursement grant. So
It is,
the
yeah.
organizations have to spend the money and then show us the receipts and include the city and FC3 on all of their marketing materials as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
I think so.
Ms. Crouch, thank you.
Do you have any other
Any
questions?
questions from the dais?
I just have a few questions. I know there was discussion on opening this up to our neighboring municipalities, so Bunnell, Flagler Beach, unincorporated county, and I don't have an issue with that. I think that, you know, since this money does come from the city of Palm Coast right now, the events remaining in Palm Coast or having to be in Palm Coast is appropriate, but have we spoken to the neighboring municipalities to see, you know, if they're willing to contribute a little bit in order to allow some funding to possibly go to these neighboring municipalities? Because particularly Bunnell, we have quite a few events that
Right, and we
occur in
understand our
Bunnell.
residents go to those
Right.
communities too. I agree. I mean, that's part of our conversation at the board level.
Okay.
We continue talking about that, and I would like to expand it, but I agree with you that they need to have a little buy-in into the grant program, just like the city does, so.
Yeah, so if you can just, and I know I'm on the board, so I'll obviously stay in the loop on that, but I think, you know, I don't think there'd be any pushback from this board, hopefully, knowing that we a lot of our residents don't see the municipal lines, right? If they
That's-
want to
yeah,
take their
right,
kids to an
right.
arts event in Bunnell,
Right.
or the beach, you know, they're going to want to do that. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that we should preclude those events, but, you know, additionally, I think they need to have some skin in the game. So hopefully we
I
can
agree. I
support
think
that.
To
And-
broaden the scope, I think would be a wonderful accomplishment.
Yeah, so if you can just keep us updated
Of
too on
course.
your efforts, thank you.
To include county. County gets a lot of money from us. They should contribute too. Yes, Councilman.
Remember,
Mr.
this
Mayor-
is for the residents too, though, you know, so.
Mr. Mayor, I support, passing this resolution and open the application process back up for the Palm Coast Historical Society or others that would like to apply as well.
There's not much money left out there, but, you know, if we can get it out, the intent was to help the arts. So,
Right.
Any more questions from the dais?
I don't think so, except for to just support everything that was said already. I agree that, any of the programming should be a benefit to residents of Palm Coast, but also if we can reach out and grow that a little bit, that would be great as well. And then the same thing about Palm Coast Historical Society. I know they struggle with funding and getting stuff done. That's important, so.
It is important, I agree.
So I agree as well with, extending or reopening that application process for them.
Okay, so we're in consensus to reopen, try to get somebody that last a little bit of money.
Sure.
I'm going to say.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to make a motion?
No, it's not that. I was going to ask her another question, and I can't remember what it was. Councilman Miller threw me off. It'll come back to me. Yes, if we can get a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, so I move that we approve this resolution with the list of applicants on that submitted, and also open back up for other applicants with the remaining funds that we have.
Second.
Got a second? Okay, any further discussion from the dais? No? We'll open this up to public comment. Ms. Crouch, you can have a seat. Stay close in case somebody has a question for you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes. Chantal Proniger, I love arts, but we just had that discussion earlier about the water that we can't finance. And so my understanding is that grant, the city is giving that money for the arts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which includes the children going to see turtles and, I mean, come on. If the people who were talking earlier heard that, they would be shocked.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Leslie. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just wanted, I'm on the board of directors for FC3, and I just wanted to say a few things. First off, thank you to all the applicants for applying. There's some really great organizations that do some really great things. And just to alleviate a little bit of concern from the taxpayer perspective, this $100,000 that's being given out as a grant application is coming back to us in the source of local economic growth, right? There's going to be hotels, there's going to be all these different incentives that are built up. I really think that it's a small investment to make Palm Coast a better place in the future, and I appreciate your guys' support on this. And Nancy and Deborah from the county has been doing great. And just one thing, Teresa, just to clarify, I did get the request, and I completely agree with your sentiment. We should open this up. The TDC through the county is actually pushing $40,000 of this money, as well as some of the money that we had spent for the submittal process. So we need to be looking at Bunnell, at other places to come in, and I believe you made some sort of mention of it at the meeting, but even if it's a smaller buy-in, if we can get buy-in from the other communities, rising tide lifts all ships. So thank you all for the time. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Denise Calder.
How are you doing, Miss Denise?
I'm good. I haven't been here in a long time.
I
and
know,
people,
not since
I
I've
guess
been on
they
the
think
city
I don't
council.
live here, but I've been a hurricane victim for 3 years, and obviously Rebuild Florida and Reclaim Florida and all that has issues, and so I have issues. I have plenty of issues with the city of Palm Coast, but anyway, that's for another discussion. Arts is a great thing in Flagler County, and if it wasn't for the steadfast school system as well as Daytona State College, we wouldn't have half the stuff that we have here. The pile of bricks that I'm so fond of saying in Town Center, is a project that I wrote with in collaboration. I helped Yeah, okay. Nancy's finally acknowledging that, okay, and with the city and having this frustration associated with it. And yes, Mayor, you do need a grant writer, but you also need people who understand grant administration and grant management and grant considerations. And Julia Trulia, who was the coordinator, I guess the volunteer coordinator for this program, did an outstanding job, and she worked tremendously with me to assist Kids Rock the Nation, okay? I am a professional grant writer, I teach grant writing, and I only got a score of 88. So when you see Yes You Can, which is the program that was denied the score that they have, that was an organization that funds, I guess, autistic children, and they have birthday parties, but these birthday parties are not what people think that they are, and whether or not that organization, she was a volunteer, just like everybody else who wrote that and could not get a score. It was very frustrating to listen to the conversation and be there, and the woman who spoke and who wrote the grant and took the time within that 2-week time frame to submit the grant didn't even get a passing score, and you have leftover money. Now, I don't know what happened with the Palm Coast Historical Society, where they didn't apply. I mean, granted, I applied for Kids Rock the Nation in 2 hours, okay, before the grant deadline, and I could not find the application. So, I mean, I have all that documented. I, went through the whole process. I'm not complaining about it because it's a work in progress, and I think things need to, work things out, the kinks, okay? But I, for one, have personally offered to assist Yes You Can. They are going to be included in our event that's going to be organized at the Pile of Bricks, okay? And I say that tongue-in-cheek, okay, because I don't know what the future is with the city. I can't gather any information about it. The fact that the city made a good decision and give FC3 the money to oversee it, it's been more professional in the last 2 years, okay, or the last 5 years. And I'm looking at you, Lauren, as far as the discussions we had versus administrative versus programmatic. And I guess, Mr. Miller, your observation or point about the different activities and the funding agencies like the Songwriters Festival, when you compare $1 million programs to $5,000 mom and pop stuff, there's a big difference in applications and quality. But I've offered to help. They're going to be inclusive. If I'm successful in fundraising, which I hate doing fundraising, I do grant writing because of accountability, and that's a big deal. But there are people who will be included.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gary Levi, citizen of Palm Coast for almost 18 years now. And I just want to say thank you to the City Council and the Mayor and the staff for working with FC3. I can tell you, going through the grant process, I'm not necessarily the most IT savvy at all times, as I would like to be, although I could figure it out. I want to commend the FC3 Council, their board, for the process that they put us through, and the depth of their investment of time into this on a volunteer basis. And I also want to say thank you for the support that hopefully will be approved here today and going forward, really for the arts, because as I see it, being involved in business, I'm a retired banker, 48 years, and very involved here in the community over the last 18 on the economic development side of it. I applaud what all of you are trying to do, and that is diversify our tax base, and one of the key components to that oftentimes can be the arts options and cultural options that we provide. When recruiters are coming in here, companies that are looking to relocate, things of that nature, that could be a very critical point, and it's part of their checklist oftentimes when you look at search companies. So thank you for your time and appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comments? Yes, ma'am.
I can't go away without saying a few words. I'm Amelia Fulmer. I'm with the Fitzgerald Performing Arts Center, the Flagler Auditorium, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This process was so much better under FC3's leadership just because they've got some skin in the game for the arts. Last year, this county, there was $126,000 lost in the cultural governor's veto of the arts and culture. So in just this county, it was $126,000 lost. So this money goes a long way in helping us with this fiscal year. Many of us are up for state grants for next year, and we hope we get them. But thank you so much for being your part in helping us believe in creative communities and building creative communities. All of these people in these organizations are volunteers, so I know your money is going to go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, could you call the vote, please?
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes, ma'am.
The motion passes unanimously.
Really quickly, just say something. Ms. Crouch, I did want to thank you for your efforts, and please thank your board. I know you all put a lot of time into this, so we do greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. We're going to move along. We're going to pause for a second, wait for the room to clear.
There's good vibes happening, so.
Okay. You're next.
Was it two-way?
We got you next.
Don't forget.
Well,
Almost
you know
done.
what?
6 slides, so it'll be quick.
You know, we could also just.
Okay, we're going to move along to H6. City Attorney, could you read the resolution, please?
Yes, sir. So we have a 2025 resolution approving renaming the show tennis court at the Southern Recreation Center to the Friends of Tennis Court.
Mayor, City Council, Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. James Hurst is here to present the application for renaming our new show court as the Friends of Tennis Court. If you recall, City Council has an adopted policy that was adopted back in September of 2021 that gave us the procedures on how to name public facilities, what facilities are eligible, and then the application process that it has to go through, and James will talk through that with you. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnston. So as the city manager spoke, the policy was created in 2021. So how the process and procedures go for that policy is that the City of Palm Coast, specifically mainly Parks and Recreation, receive a nomination form from a resident. Then once we receive that form, we take that nomination request to the BEAC, or the Beautification Environmental Advisory Committee, for their review. Once we present the application to them, they make a recommendation to take this in front of City Council, this specific topic and facility. And then from City Council's review, it is then approval to rename that specific facility. So for the show court at the Southern Recreation Center, we received a nomination form from a community organization to rename the show court to the Friends of Tennis Court. So again, as part of the naming process, it was submitted to the BEAC for review, and then on January 23rd, they approved the request 3-0. So quickly, the outside organization that did the nomination form was Friends of Tennis. Friends of Tennis was founded in 2005. They have been advocating for public tennis facilities and have played a key role in the creation and expansion of the Palm Coast Tennis Center, or now the Southern Recreation Center. They have helped promote welcome the community. They've supported players of all skill levels and have encouraged new members to join our facility. They continue to support youth tennis through donations of equipment, after-school programs, and organizing fundraiser events for the scholarship round robin for graduating high school seniors. And they also advocated for the continued growth of tennis at the Southern Recreation Center and the surrounding communities, and continue to be a key contributor to major tennis events like the Palm Coast Open. They help us volunteer for event operations. So every time the players come off the court, Friends of Tennis volunteers go out and they brush the court for us. So it helps alleviate some staffing there. And they also help support our local tournaments as well in their endeavors. So then just quickly about the show court. It is the new one. It is an open air tennis court with 140 seat for spectators. And we mainly use it for obviously open play as well, but tournaments and special events. It was unveiled in January 13th of 2025 as part of the Phase 2 enhancements, which was through the growth grant of $700,000 from the USTA. It is equipped with new LED lighting, so making nighttime matches possible, and we were actually allowed to kind of use those for the tournament, which was awesome. First time ever being able to have night play for our Palm Coast Open. And then it also just serves as the centerpiece of the Southern Recreation Center and the tennis facility, making it a prime destination for the area. And then just quickly, the recommended action would be to approve the BEAC's recommendation to rename the Southern Recreation Center's show court to the Friends of Tennis Court to honor a remarkable community partner. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, James. Any comments from the dais?
Just really quickly, I just want to recognize Nikki and Agnes. I know you guys do a lot for our tennis community. Thank you so much. And not just that, I mean, you're just very good stewards of our community in general, not just in the tennis kind of Palm Coast world. So thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. And, you know, I look forward to seeing the tennis community continue to grow and bring in tourism dollars too, by the way, for our community, both in passive and active economic dollars. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the dais? Could I get a motion, please?
A motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Public comment? Anyone have any public comment about renaming the tennis courts? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm Agnes Lightfoot, a resident here of Palm Coast, and also the president of Friends of Tennis. And I've been with the tennis center since it opened years ago. It has been an absolute joy for us as tennis players. And we are extremely excited now that we have the new facility and this center court. When you travel around the United States and around the world and you go to a tennis facility, they always have a center court, and they have a name for it. We would like ours to be called Friends. I know the original paperwork said Friends of Tennis, but we would like the banner to just say Friends.
You're going to have to resubmit that paperwork.
We cannot abbreviate it? Okay, we'll have the whole thing. Okay, we don't mind, we can say it. Okay, thank you. The Friends of Tennis has played a vital role in the development and ongoing success of the tennis center and within the addition of the new facility. Over the last 18 years, we have seen it grow, and we've been here, as they say, through thick and thin. We've been instrumental in establishing the tennis center as a premier facility, even before the new construction. This involvement includes hosting and supporting major events like the men's tournament we just had in January, and the women's tournament, which was the first time. It was fantastic. And it attracted top-ranked players, including Riley Opeka, whose family lives here, and Tommy Paul, you may have heard of these players, Francis Tiafoe, Jack Sock, and many, many more. The club has actively supported both high school tennis teams. We provided the tennis teams of the high schools with equipment, instruction, and skill levels that they may not have been able to reach without us being around. And also scholarships. This is going to be our 36th year of doing scholarships because we did it at the original place, the Players Club, and of course now that we're over at the new tennis center. We also provide competitive play in the greater Volusia, so that means we expand more than just Flagler County. I'm looking forward to us being named the Friends of Tennis, and we'll abbreviate it when we talk, but thank you so much for doing this opportunity, giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris? The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. We'll move on. We'll move on to item 7. City Attorney, please read it, please.
Yeah, we have a 2025 resolution approving the renaming the community wing located in City Hall to the John Netz Community Wing.
Okay,
go
good
right ahead.
afternoon, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation. This is our second presentation for renaming. This one is to rename the Palm Coast Community Wing, the room that we're kind of sitting in now, or the wing, to the John Netz Community Wing. Just quickly, again, just the renaming process, how it goes to the BEAC after we get a nomination form, and then it comes to City Council for final approval. So we were submitted a nomination form from a citizen of Palm Coast, and it was actually Mr. McDonald. He submitted a form to the City and Parks and Recreation to rename this community wing to the John Netz Community Wing. And then we submitted it to the BEAC for review. As I went to the BEAC committee on January 23rd, it was approved at 3-0 again, and the nomination request was passed to and as a recommendation to the City Council for review and consideration. So Mr. Netz. Mr. Netz served as mayor for 9 years at the City of Palm Coast. He was a City Council member for 6 years during the city's first 20 years of establishment. He was the city's second mayor. He served as an interim City Council member in 2021, and he was an advocate for the approval and construction of City Hall. Kind of those things he did outside of the city, he was the chair of the Flagler County Advisory Committee on School Impact Fees. He was appointed by Governor Jeb Bush to the Northeast Florida Regional Council, and he was also appointed by Governor Charlie Crist to the Board of Florida Navigation District. He was also appointed to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission statewide Boating Advisory Committee, and was recognized as Citizen of the Year by the Palm Coast Elk Lodge number 2709, and he got that award twice.
Twice, wow.
So just really quick about the community wing. It was opened in 2015 as part of the new Palm Coast City Hall design as a hub of civic engagement. It currently serves as the City Council chambers and venue for public meetings and workshops. When you go out into the hallway, you will see the hallway lined with photos from community events, as well as important milestones in Palm Coast history, but that was put together in collaboration with the Palm Coast Historical Society. Recommended action is to approve the renaming request to rename the community wing located within Palm Coast City Hall to the John Netz Community Wing to honor a remarkable member of our community. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you, James. Comment from the dais? Anyone have anything?
I don't have anything specifically, Mr. Mayor. To me, I don't think I know enough to comment one way or another, so I would rely on others to kind of inform my decision about this.
I had a question. What will be the cost associated with all of the rebranding or renaming?
So for the Friends, we probably look at about $295 for the sign, and we're just looking for one sign. If we were to have something here, I was thinking some sort of plaque like we do at Holland Park, which would run us $1,700 just for a plaque. I think about probably this big or so, yeah.
And so would we have, on the front of the building, that picture that you just showed, would it not say John Netz Community Wing?
I believe it would say Community Wing, and then we would have a plaque either inside in the hallway or outside facing the pathway or as you enter into the building.
I see, so we're not having to change anything on the fascia?
Not change it, it's just kind of more of a plaque. It's kind of our other parks, like Holland Park has.
Okay.
There's a plaque there on a coquina rock.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Gambaro?
I remember John Netz fondly, especially when I was on the school board, when I was a 20-0 school board member here in Flagler County, and really helped me a lot. And I also worked with him when I was on the Soil and Water Board when we were talking about potentially bringing a desalinization plant here. You know, they were talking about that as an option for future water issues. But that's it. I support this.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I never met Mayor Netz. His wife, Mr. McDonald, is his wife fully behind this?
I think Mrs. Netz is in the audience.
Mrs. Netz, is she here? Oh, how you doing, Mrs. Netz? You're perfectly fine with your this wing being named after your husband? Yes, ma'am. Or you wouldn't be here, I'm assuming. Thank you for your support. Any other comments? Could I get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of this resolution.
Thank you, sir. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more comments from the dais? We'll put it out to public comment. Mrs. Nets, would you like to make a comment? You don't have to. I'll make it from here. I just want to say thank you. I think it's a long time coming. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. McDonald, come right up, sir.
I knew if I sat here long enough, I'd be the last one standing. Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. This was long overdue. I got to support somebody who came from New Jersey. You hear that, John? Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. And I don't know if this is going to apply, but I'm going to do it anyway. We got the cost of the sign. I have a personal friend of mine that's a professional sign maker up in St. Johns County. If the city is willing to pay half the bill for the sign, I'll personally pay for the other half. Because that's the way we're supposed to do it. So, like I always say, the ball's in your court. I'm willing to pay half the cost of the sign, and I've already talked to my friend, the sign maker, up in St. Johns County, and you tell me what you want, or how the sign is to be made, and we've got the price. I'm willing right now, publicly, I'll pay for half.
All right, thank you, Mr. McDonald. We can't make deals like that with citizens, but thank you for the sentiment. Mrs. Nets, I think I ran into your husband one time. I was going to, I think, a T-ball game or something, and I guess they had thrown out the first pitch, and he was walking by. I remember seeing him, but, you know, this is the way there's only been 5 of us. I'm the 5th of 5. He was the 2nd. And you know, some people stood up before and made complaints and stuff, and we've talked about this before. We talked about grace. You got to have grace, and you got to show grace. And I feel that there's nothing at all with naming buildings after people that have been historical figures in our city. So thank you for your support of him during his tenure, his 9-year tenure. I really appreciate it. And I haven't met you personally, but someone told me that you supported me during my campaign, and I really appreciate it. Okay? We'll bring it back to the dais. Any more comments?
Yeah, I think that was a good point, Mr. Mayor, is that, you know, Mrs. Nets, not only did he serve, but you served as well. You know, we go through this kind of as a family in terms of public office and, you know, city staff and things like that. So I think that's a great point to make, is that it's not just him, it was you.
Thank you. Good comment. Okay, so with that being said, Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Nets. Okay, we are going to move along to the consent items. Anyone have any comments for consent? Ms. Vice Mayor, you're scrolling through. What you got?
Yeah, I just have a few questions and clarifications. So on number 9, the contract, the master agreement with multiple vendors for citywide debris disposal, does this contract also apply for emergency situations?
No, this is not your disaster debris contract. This is when stormwater is out cleaning canals or ditches and they run into any type of various vegetative debris or any debris, then this is the ability to use this contract for those services.
Okay, thank you for that. For number 10, which is the resolution approving work order and expenses related to the Indian Trail Sports Complex. It looks like it's from the Capital Projects Fund versus Parks and Rec. Is there a reason for that?
It's using park impact fees out of your capital projects fund.
Got it. Thank you for that. And then are we?
Nope,
No? Oh, okay.
It's out of the capital projects fund.
Uh-oh.
Sales tax.
This is out of the capital projects fund. Those fields were previously lit as multi-use fields, so We weren't able to reuse those lights that were on the field because there was a different field use for lighting levels, and they didn't meet the current code requirements. So we're replacing the lights, and they'll be specific for baseball. So we couldn't use capacity dollars.
Okay, so that was my next question, was what are we replacing them with? Because I know we've had some issues previously with the type of light, whether they're directional, all those things.
They're specific LED, and these are far away from anybody.
Well, no, I understand that, but just to make sure, if we're going to replace them and spend that kind of money, we're doing what should be done.
It's with the newer technology than what's
Perfect.
out at Ralph Carter Park.
Good, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. So this is from capital projects, and this was already budgeted?
Yes.
Okay, and then, thank you. The last question was on 11. For these specific areas, why were these segments chosen as a part of the streetlight project at this time?
This is Carl again. So the city has an adopted streetlight master plan. It was previous to city council's council priorities. We're in the final implementation phase, right, Carl?
Correct. These are all part of streets that were identified as part of the approved streetlight master program. This one here has a little bit more dollars tied to it because we have the tree canopy, and we're going to be using probably lower lights because of the tree canopy and not impacting the oak trees. But these were all part of that streetlight master plan that's been in the works, and we are nearing the end of it.
What was the last part?
We are nearing the end of it. I think we have another couple of years, and
Till 27, I believe.
yeah.
And the funding for paying the electric for all of the streetlight master plans comes out of the public works budget. So you've seen, Ms. Pontieri, you may have seen that increase over the last couple of years as more of these come online.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Anyone else for comment on the consent?
Just in terms of the Indian Trail Sports Complex, this is improving the existing lights or adding lights to the second 4 fields?
Yes, it's adding lights to the second 4 fields, the new baseball, softball that was put in a couple years ago.
Yeah, and then so to that point, we see that field usage is very highly tied to lighting.
Yes,
right?
and this is just part of a, phased approach over there about making improvements. There will be future agenda items on making parking improvements, and then also replacing some field conditions out there as well. So this is just one step.
Thank you.
Councilman Gambaro, you had something?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a second? Anything else from the dais? Public comment on any of the consent items? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any more comments? Ms. Cook? Vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to item J, our final public participation. Anyone have any final public participation? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Hello. I'm fixing to talk fast. I'm going to pretend I'm from the north, okay? All right, it's like this. Okay, there is another statute that I want you to be aware of. This is Florida statute, Florida state law statute, such as section 166.241. It influences municipalities and local ordinances to adopt budgets for enterprise funds with clear revenue and expenditure delineations. I'm not sure if that's been done here to keep the water utility funds within the water utility and not be sent over to other areas such as the general fund, This statute supports something that's that utility funds are ring-fenced. I had to look that word up because I'm medical. I don't do law except to argue. And this state supports that the utility funds are ring-fenced and are not freely transferable to other municipal functions unless explicitly authorized. And so rather than allowing the staff to decide we can just transfer the funds, we need to have it a little bit more tight, I think. That should be a recommendation that I'm going to make for y'all. Another thing that I want you to understand also, Mr. Gambaro, I'm quite angry with you. I've spent a whole week in anger, and I pray to God to take that anger out of my heart. What you did last week subsequently drove a knife through this town. Do you remember the last few meetings when you came in here giggling? You were happy to work together. You were on target. You laughed. You looked at each other. You smiled. And now you've not only divided the entire council, Mr. Gambaro, but you divided a town. You split us up just when we were getting back together. And I have spent so much time watching y'all and felt, gee, I don't have to come here and babysit anymore. Well, guess what? I'm coming back, okay? And I'm really upset with that. Do you remember such days as this? Let's see, I gotta figure out where I put it. I'm trying to go fast so that I can get this done. This is from the Ed and Eddie show. Do you remember the Ed and Eddie show? Come on. I hope it plays. I was not going to play. The other thing is that was Eddie Branchino on the first day of Ed Danko's thing here. The other thing that I really want to play real quick.
Your time's expired.
If I have a minute, can I have one more minute?
1 minute.
This won't stop. That was Eddie Branchino. He was hollering. All right, so that one shuts that one up. Okay, the last one, I'll be real quick, I promise. Okay, audio files, my granddaughter had to teach me this, okay? And this is an accusation, is nothing else more but an accusation, okay? And we want to talk about accusations and what happens behind closed doors. Recommend you change your cell phone from Dave to Mayor.
Hey, Dave. Good afternoon. Charlie Gambaro here, just calling to touch base. Board catching up.
Now, that was 2:28? At 2:28 p.m.
Good afternoon. Charlie Gambaro here, just calling to
I don't do cell phones, I do computers. Anyhow, so what you did, I don't know what you did, don't care what you did, but that leaves your door open to accusations, just like what you did left the door open for accusations for our mayor. Now, I recommend that you all get your acts together and quit bickering and work for our city. We count on you. We like this man. We like the direction. We like his leading. We like his leadership. Quit
All right,
with
Leslie,
the accusations.
your time has
Thank you.
expired.
I
Thank you
will
so
yield.
much.
I'm sorry?
I said your time's expired. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, I understand, and I'm done. Thank you very much.
Yes, anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Denise Calderwood, and I have to tell you, I'm first generation Palm Coaster. My family moved here in 1974. So all these people, everybody that spoke to, the whole history of Palm Coast, I mean, I know it. I'm a walking, living testimony, like along with Mike Sciamento. But I want to say, and the Gazzolis and all of the kids who were the first generation that were here, we can tell you how great Palm Coast was a place to grow up, and we had so much fun. And that's why I want to go back to the Woodstock idea, because I think all of us need to have a big party and come together and say, hey, we're residents of Palm Coast. And I got you all to smile. Come on, think about it, the free living spirit, and let it go, okay? Because politics is over, and I'm a political gadfly, according to Flagler Live. And Brian McMillan's called me a few things in the past, but at least he still respects me, okay? I think he does anyway, maybe his wife does. But anyway, I've watched his family grow up, and they're epitome of a beautiful family that can come out of Palm Coast as a product. So now Palm Coast is a leader, you have a new leadership, and let it be a new day and a new time. However, at the same time, I need you all to consider this. 66% of Flagler County, i.e. probably 50% of that, and I don't have the numbers, in Palm Coast cannot afford to live here anymore, okay? So the fact that you're doing all the development, we have no affordable housing, we have big issues, and when you bring down to the utility department and all that stuff that you just had a 2-hour conversation about, It all goes back to accountability, a basic stuff, treating people with dignity and human respect, okay? And understanding where the people are coming from, because it is our community, we are the people, okay? When you look at your utility bill and you go and ask for help because you can't pay for it, I got a $600 utility bill, and I'm not even in Palm Coast, okay? Right? I turned the water on. There was no leak. I called the companies. Rose is my neighbor. She had the same issue on our street. Turned out to be stormwater issue. Turned out to be water, wastewater, you know, whatever one I was told about, okay? But it cost me $600, okay? One person going in there sometimes to wash my hands when I was cleaning up the house. There's a problem with that. When I called the city, they said, oh, well, it's not that. It was the stormwater share. It's the fee, utility fee. You all know it better than I do. I haven't looked. But that's ridiculous. That affects the bottom line, okay? When eggs are $8 a dozen now, and then you have your stormwater issue, you have to break that down, make it common sense, so when somebody does say that maybe the bills should be split, they should be, because you can't get help for your water bill if you go to ask all the different agencies, because of the way it's written. That does not help the person who is in need, and you have 67% of those in Flagler County. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Ms. Paulette. How's your new job going? Have you had a meeting yet?
I'm sorry?
Have you had a meeting yet of the code board?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Paulette Hatfield in the F section, and I've been here since 1992, when my father and John Netz both moved here to Palm Coast. I'm not here to complain about my $129 water bill. That is utilities bill, rather, that includes a lot of other things. I'm one person in my home, and I haven't watered my lawn in thousands of years because I have natural native Florida plants, and my St. Augustine grass has learned to grow deeper roots so that it goes to the very high water line that we have here in Florida. I also want to thank most of you for all that you do. I don't think that it's proper to accuse any of you of anything from this particular microphone. I think that we have a method to deal with situations, and I think we need to let those situations happen. But I do want to thank you ever so very much for the traffic calming speed humps on Florida Park Drive, and I hope that they stay there. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. We'll move on to matters of the city council not on the agenda. Anyone have anything to close out the session?
Well, you know, I can't let this meeting end without talking about last Tuesday and how the Florida Gators ended the Florida State Seminoles' undefeated season in baseball with a 7-2 win, as well as an SEC championship over three.
Tracy's sitting right there.
Go Gators.
This is the point. This is the fun of it, right? When you're up, you're happy. When you're down, you're not. But you know, that's the point of college sports and sports in general. But also the SEC championship that the Florida Gators just won in basketball. They're number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. So go Gators for that. And then I didn't know if the council wanted to participate maybe in a bracket challenge.
I already picked my bracket buster.
Oh, you have? Well, don't tell anybody yet until we all decide if we want to do this. But, you know, I'd be happy to fill out a bracket and kind of make it public so that everybody can follow along if they care. If not, you know.
I'm in for that. I think that's great, man.
Councilman Gambari?
Yeah.
Got anything,
New headline.
You got anything, Councilman Gambari?
I do really quickly, sorry.
I'm with the Councilman Gambari.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, no, I'm good, thank you.
All right. Ms. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that I know, obviously, there's some tough topics going on right now in the news and with our community, and you know, I think that at the heart of what is going on is, you know, in my opinion, we're all kind of yearning for transparency and making sure that we're abiding by budgets and rules and all of those things. I hope that whatever is looked into comes up with nothing, to be quite honest. You know, I hope that we can all continue to work together, not only as council members, but also as staff. I think that we have been able to do some great things from this dais over the past several months, and I appreciate all of the work that's been put in despite some of the differences in opinion. So, you know, it has been heavy in here today, and I don't prefer that. I don't. I much prefer the way things were around this time last week. So hopefully, you know, we can continue to trudge forward in a positive way, and I look forward to continuing to work with this group. And fifth, that will be in Mr. Stevens' seat, and still uplifting prayers to him. Also, let's keep all of our public officials in thoughts and prayers. There are some personal things going on with multiple families that represent our community, and I think, you know, we have a tough job as it is, personal things aside. So, you know, let's just keep everybody in positive thoughts and prayers.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Stevens texted me back and said he's up and moving a little bit, doing PT, so he's venturing into the hallways. Well, he ventured into the hallway yesterday. So Mr. Stevens is doing much gooder, I guess you could say. So the only thing I have is I'd like to just see if I can get some acknowledgement from the council that all three of you members have were updated on the situation in the building department as far as stealing time and someone being fired.
I was made aware, this was a while ago, actually, I think maybe a month and a half, I don't remember, but that somebody was, I don't remember the specifics, if it was stealing time or advising.
It doesn't have to be specific. I just want to know that.
Generally speaking, somebody in the building department was let go for something having to do with improper recording of time. I don't know, I don't remember the specifics.
One
Agreed,
person
that's
let
my
go,
understanding, yeah.
and a couple of people were suspended for stealing time.
Again,
You guys know nothing about this?
whether it's stealing time, I don't know, but I was updated by a city manager with regards to disciplinary action taken against members of our building department having to do with misrecordings of time in some way.
Okay, so,
Yeah, my understanding was it was like a comp off or something, or you know, but I can't remember specifics on it.
I just want to make sure everyone's aware of it because, well, I won't get into it. You can figure it out for yourself, but stealing time is a crime as verified by the sheriff. And that's something I don't take lightly, is stealing time. You're paid for an honest day's work. You do an honest day's work. You know, you stay your whole time. So it's not hard to verify those types of things. If you've ever been a timekeeper, you know who's touched that time card the last time and where it was touched and by whom it was touched. And everyone's aware of how employees log out, log in to work here in the city. You guys know how it works?
I don't specifically.
Okay, so either, if I'm correct, city manager, you can log in on your phone, but you have to be in your facility, or you can do it from your laptop, correct?
It varies on department and specifics of each position. We do have time clocks in various facilities as well, so it really depends on the position.
That's something that's a serious matter and everybody should be aware of it. And that's part of the problems. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Sunshine Law, but when you got 4 individual people, and Ms. Pontieri made reference to this at the last meeting about my vote don't count, they have the 3 votes they need. That's part of the problem with the Sunshine Law, is you working someone in a silo to get what you want. And if you can't understand that, I can't help you. But you have to understand that these members on this council are operating in a vacuum. So that's all I got.
Mayor, I have a question, though. I mean, was that being brought up because you still have a concern that we need to discuss? Because if that needs to be discussed and it has not been resolved, then we need to talk about it.
Well, me personally, I think that stealing time is rampant across the city. I even talked to Ms. Johnston that I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody when I first came into this office, I wouldn't be surprised with all the spider webs I've been given by, people that have been dismissed from the city, and different organizations and people. I wouldn't, and I told Ms. Lauren Johnson, I know, that can testify that I told her, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have someone that has a no-show job here in the city. It's quite possible.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I guess my question is, when we say things like spider webs, and I know these things, but what I'm saying is that there's a problem. Let's talk about it publicly and open with facts, kind of saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As far as the disposition of that matter, and that employee being terminated, and 2 people being suspended for like 2 or 3 days without pay, that's kind of a big deal. And I had to actually prod to get that disposition. It wasn't like, hey, sir, this is what's going on. This is what happened with it. I had to prod for that disposition. So I wouldn't even have been told if I didn't ask. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I think if that is going on in other departments, or if it's something that you feel hasn't been completely resolved, then by all means, I think that we should talk about those things. And if there are issues with getting information, then the best place to put that pressure on is right here.
Well, that's why I love us having workshops and having these dialogues, but, things like that's a real issue for me, because our residents pay their taxes, they go to work, they try to take care of their families, and you certainly don't need a government employee slacking off, getting paid for doing nothing, going home 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and their supervisors signing them out from their desktop. That is wrong. And
Agreed.
To me, that's an automatic fireable offense. And because, like I said, stealing time is a crime. If you steal 40 hours a year, that's a lot of money. I just want to bring it to your attention.
Well, do we have a suggestion for some action that, I'd be behind?
I think what really needs to happen when everyone's talking about forensic audits, I'd like to see, our timekeeping system audited. If you can see a pattern, which it's not hard to see patterns in timekeeping, if you're a certified timekeeper, if you've certified people's times and, kept people's hours, dealt with comp time, vacation time, and stuff like that, it's easy to go back and audit things like that and find out. And if patterns emerge, but,
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Maybe we can get consent to explore
The workshop
something of that.
the workshop.
Yeah, we can put it on the workshop, try to find what alternatives we have for, diving into this a little bit more.
I'm open.
So we have information.
I'm open to that. You have my consent.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like, but I'm open to talking about the system itself and making sure there's no abuse.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that should be in all of our best interests.
Yeah, same here.
Thank you.
Just clarifying, and maybe Lauren, you might have to speak out, might need a little more direction, what you guys would want for that matter.
We could start out with the human resources manager explaining the time system to us and how it operates, and who's responsible for what and when it happens, and show me how you can go in and look and see, because there's a lot of things. I can identify the crime, but a lot of time it's proven conspiracy, which we've had that conversation before, Mr. Duffy. I've identified crimes, but proven conspiracy and how it got to be that way is another thing. Like right now in this city, if I were to be able to subpoena like 10 phones in this city, we would fix a lot of things in this city real quick. If I could subpoena 10 phones, that's just my take. But yes.
Sorry, just want to make sure, so city manager has direction. So it sounds like you guys want maybe to have the HR director to come and give a presentation how the timekeeping is going, and then you guys can ask further questions on that. Is that kind of what you're looking at?
I think the system itself, the records that it keeps, and if there is any oversight or any internal controls to you review them, identify any things, any potential issues, cross-reference them to make sure, are we currently overseeing them in any way? So all of that type of information, to just better educate us and maybe point out any shortcomings in that system to the city staff itself as they're going through this process.
Other issues like people working remotely. How many people in the city are working remotely? You know, how often do they work remotely? What is their circumstances of why they're working remotely? You know, everything's getting back to normal because we're post-COVID now, right? So stuff like that, you'd like to know.
So, Mr. Mayor, obviously we kind of define like direction here, but then we're starting, if we're starting to do that, we're starting to get into the realm of directing policy and procedure underneath the city manager.
Well, it's not directing, it's being educated and accountability.
I understand that, and I agree. You know, if I was running an organization, that's how I would do it. What I'm saying is, I don't know if that's within our purview.
That's why we have Mr. Marcus Duffy. He can.
So I think it would be okay if you guys want to know a stat like that. If this direction from this council just wants to have information, that's fine. Now, giving orders and doing other, that's a different story. But if you just want informational facts, I don't see any issues with that.
Yeah, it's not hard. If you've ever worked as a timekeeper, especially at the federal level, it's not hard to, pull that data. Okay, anything else?
Sorry, I had one more comment that I forgot to say earlier, but it came to my attention that some members of staff have started receiving some threatening communications. And so I just wanted to publicly say that, everybody has their First Amendment rights, but that doesn't extend to threatening city staff because of frustrations about the way things may go politically or things like that. I would urge everybody to just take a breath.
If it's threats, you need to be reporting at the commander.
Absolutely, and they have been advised that within the city and, things like that. But, just also want to say it publicly. I know sometimes people get worked up about different political decisions and things like that. And, there's a line there where the First Amendment doesn't extend to threatening somebody. And I want to make sure that's clear to everybody out there that may be listening that, these people live in Palm Coast. They're working for you. They're working for us. And so some of the political stuff that makes these things frustrating kind of bleeds into that, and people want to take out those frustrations, and I get it, but there's a line there, so let's just not cross that line.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So just to update the council from last week, you gave direction based on the alleged allegations for an investigation. My firm is finalizing an agreement with a third-party firm to start that investigation, so we will be finalizing that, and that will happen soon, and as soon as I have an update for this council, I will provide that to you.
Thank you, sir. City manager, last?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. As part of your packet is the emergency purchases and sole source, if you have any questions on any of those items.
Program yet?
Yeah, there was one that I think you're talking, the storm roof replacement at wastewater treatment plant 1. Is that something that we'll be able to maybe get funds for, or insurance, or
Well, yes, this was due to Hurricane Milton, and the reason why it is so delayed is because we submitted it to our insurance company, and we did receive funding back for our claim. So this is to do the other half that's not supported from insurance.
So this part is not covered by insurance?
Correct.
And I know we submitted some costs to FEMA for
Yes,
damage to facilities,
yes.
so would that cover the other half, or?
Yes, we still have to, well, it takes FEMA a really long time to give you
Understood.
any money back. So we have to pay for it first, and then, yes, it could be.
Submit for reimbursement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we have our meeting on Thursday.
That is correct. We have our executive session on Thursday at 9 o'clock.
100 hours.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I just had a couple more things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm
No, that's
sorry.
okay. Just based off your comments at the end, Mayor and City Council, the city does have a fraud, abuse, and waste hotline. That's an independent organization and anonymous that residents can put information in that system, and then it will be looked into. So Mayor, you did give me that spider web of information in the building department, and we did look into it, and there was remediation with staff. And City Council, I have in my notes that I informed you of that on January the 6th, prior to January 7th's meeting. So, talk to you about that and some stormwater changes, moving people around from stormwater to building, et cetera. Just as a reminder, we've canceled your Tuesday workshop for March 25th because we will be in Tallahassee advocating for the legislative priorities. The Seat 3 final applications are due tomorrow by end of day. And tonight is our first Food Truck Tuesday of the season, and the beneficiary is the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. So really good program and some yummy food trucks. And that completes my comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Any alibis on the council? None? Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.